I got to tell you, I really wish that we were in person, but it is what it is. We have all read a tremendous amount of education content over the past few months, and actually past 6 or 7 months, hundreds of pages of content. And this report too is quite large. When I saw 50 pages, I was like, whoa, okay, thank you. It is really, really well written. And there's a lot of data and information that backs up what we have been discussing, which I think is important, and especially as you get into the appendix and also even our addendum from year one. We are not lacking in data. There might be some data points that we would like to see more of, but the reality is we have a lot of information that we can use to make these recommendations that are going to back up our recommendations. And I'm super grateful for each of you for sticking to our mission and our vision and staying engaged. I will remind everyone that the purpose of the Education Recovery and Innovation Commission is to examine the short and long-term systemic effects the COVID-19 pandemic and the natural disasters have had on Tennessee's education systems. In looking at the data and trends, we get to advise and make recommendations on strategies to close the educational gaps in Tennessee and to modernize the state's education structure from kindergarten through to career. In our first report, we identified a need for focused support on the most vulnerable students related to learning loss, well-being, technology gaps, and post-secondary and career preparedness. And in our discovery, those things really have not changed if you look at them at a very basic level. In preparation for our second commission report, and to align our direction, we established a vision, which I'll remind you all of. Every Tennessean will have high quality education necessary for life and career. Having read our second report several times, as I know many of you have also read it several times, we all know it takes a lot more than one cup of coffee. It takes like a pot of coffee. I believe actually that we've really held true to that vision of really focusing on those more vulnerable students and ensuring that we have a high quality education necessary for life and career. Coming out of today's meeting, I hope we will, 1, approve Report 1 addendum, 2, approve Report 2 and its appendix, and 3, identify key areas that need continued discussion. And I think that I will remind everyone that we will have a third report that will be due next June. So we get to spend another 7 months together. There's some topics that we might want to consider pushing until that next report, and those are topics that I don't think that we've had a lot of really good in-depth conversation about. One topic I think is tied to school choice. Another one is talking about curriculum beyond literacy and math. There might be some other topics that pop up as we go through the report today that we might say, we need to spend more quality time having discussions about these topics before we make a full recommendation. Coming out of today's session, I'd like to start the process of sharing this report more broadly. Our primary audience for these reports is the General Assembly and the governor. That's who appointed all of us to this commission, and that's who we are responsible to reporting back to. Although I can tell you that many of you, if not everyone on the call, on the video, has expressed an interest to share this report more broadly and gain support and also clarification and awareness of the work that we've gone through. And I personally welcome that level of support. And I think that we've all learned a lot over the past year. And I believe that it will be very valuable for Tennessee to hear what the 9 of us have discovered. But I will reiterate that our primary audience is the General Assembly and the governor. I do have to send out a really special thanks to Commissioner Chisholm Burns. Where'd she go? She left my screen. There she is on my screen. You have spent hours, thankfully, reviewing this report, the appendix of the report, the addendum to the first report, and really helping us align that to our original first report that was written a year ago. So I cannot tell you how much I appreciate and I'm so grateful for the work that you've put into this. Knowing that
it's my pleasure working with you guys and working on this very important thing. Just realize I don't do this for everybody, so you guys are special.
Sweet. Most of us, if not all, believe that most people are not going to read the 50-page report that we have spent so much time reading, or the accompanying appendix, which is of similar length as the report. But those pages do house a lot of data, research, and backup, which is really important for our thinking, or to our thinking. We also will approve and publish what affectionately nicknamed our ease of use document. This will be no more than 6 to 8 pages. Okay. Think of this as the type of document you can read over a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, not a pot. So I think that's important for us to realize. What I hope that this ease of use document, we'll be able to pull it from the larger report and just create something smaller that is digestible for anyone to pick up and make use of. Beyond the 9 of us reviewing report 2 and the appendix and the addendum to report 1, we've also received input from the Tennessee Higher Education Commission, the Tennessee Department of Education, the State Board of Education. Some of this feedback has already been incorporated into our discussion today, though none of the feedback has substantially changed or changed our existing recommendations. There's some comments that I think we'll bring up in conversation today, but nothing substantial. I am happy to send you those track changes. If you want to receive them, you just let me know, and I will forward them along to you. What else do we have here? As a reminder, since we are in virtual, we will need to make sure everyone identifies themselves for the record when speaking. This is going to be especially important when all of you make motions or seconds. While we're on the topic, I will actually ask Mr. Casey Griffin from the State Board of Education staff to call the roll to establish a quorum, if you don't mind, Casey.
So I'm actually going to fill in for.
I'm here, Nathan.
Oh, you here?
Yeah.
Then I was going to cover. So he asked me yesterday if he needed to be on. I said, "Oh man, I'll cover it." And then I thought about it. It's like we've got a bunch of votes. It probably wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, so, thank you, sir. All right, Dr. Burns,
Present.
Mr. Dixon,
Present.
Commissioner Gresham,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher Jones,
Present, thank you.
Commissioner Dr. Yolanda Jones,
Present.
Commissioner Rothermel,
Present.
Commissioner Swift,
Present.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Present.
and Madam Chairman.
Present.
Madam Chairman, you have 9 members present.
Well, that means we've got a quorum, so we are duly convened. With that, I'd like to recognize Mr. Nathan James, the State Board of Education, to read our statement of necessity.
Thank you. This is a letter. It goes to Robert Green. He's the Director of Publications over at the Secretary of State's office. Pursuant to PC 792 of 2020, the Tennessee Commission on Education, Recovery, and Innovation, by and through the State Board of Education, hereby submits this letter as its determination of necessity for its committee meeting held via teleconference at 9:00 a.m. on November the 5th, 2021. Because members of the commission reside across the state, it was determined that a physical quorum of the members could not be assembled in Nashville for purposes of this meeting. As such, ERIC met via teleconference to review and continue its work from its previous meetings. A statement of necessity for the teleconference meeting was made during this meeting by Nathan James, and has the following members present, which in this case is every last one of them. So with that, Madam Chair, we are legal.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Nathan.
We can do it.
Earlier this year, we were challenged by one of our experts that came talk to us to take a moonshot. Think different about education and about preparing students for life and career. We're not here for incremental changes, as that's not shooting for the moon. We're here to think big. And we've had this conversation a variety of times in all of our meetings. And I want you to keep that in mind as we go through these reports, the report and the appendix, and also the addendum to report 1. We are going to stay in session, unlike some of our other meetings where we come out and go to committee of the whole, because as we go through this document, there will be times where we will pause and take a motion for changes necessary as opposed to having us go through all the changes at the end of reading through the report. So with that, this is the Tennessee Education Moonshot, so let's not waste it. I'd like to call on Dr. Kelly Foster to kick us off this morning and review today's agenda and facilitate our discussion.
Great, thank you. Yes, I will run quickly through our agenda and then hand it off to Jen to do a quick look back of kind of where we've been over the last 6 months and what we're thinking the next 6 or 7 months together will look like. So today, as Commissioner Scarlett said, we're going to spend the vast majority of our time discussing any outstanding content issues and feedback in the report, in the addendum, and then also after the lunch break, looking at the addendum to year 1. We'll be voting and adopting versions of the report or revisions to the report as we go throughout the day. We'll have a Word version online. I'll be making live edits, track changes, so you can all see everything as we're going. And hopefully the goal is to get to the end of the day with a report that is finalized, that everyone has voted on and feels comfortable with the content of, in order to turn it over then to copy editing and make some final kind of putting the bow on it. Jen, do you want to run us through where we've been?
Yeah, I'm going to go through this quickly. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see everyone. These are, kind of the steps we've taken, and just want to do a quick review. Bellwether started working with you all in May, at which point we kind of kicked off some of our foundational work, and then proceeded to, Kelly, if you can go to the next slide. As Tara said, read hundreds of pages of content and studied multiple topics that you all identified through the spring and early summer, which took us to July. Next slide, please. Where we voted on a preliminary set of over 50 recommendations, considered over 70 recommendations over 2 days, and really tested your stamina and willpower, which we've continued to test since July. Next slide, please. Between the July meeting and the August meeting, we dug into some additional content areas, questions where we wanted to dig a little bit more deeply, as you see there. And started outlining the report. You approved the initial outline at the August meeting, which turned into the August and September meeting due to an unforeseen water main breakage that made the August meeting extra exciting. But we got to an outline, which our team then took with the able assistance of Tara and Commissioner Scarlett and Commissioner Chisholm Burns to turn into the report drafts that you have now reviewed 2 full cycles of, and very appreciative of your time and your engagement. I know we have been throwing a lot of content at you and asking for a lot of your time. We've met with several of you one-on-one multiple times over the last several weeks to get your feedback and your input, and it's been incredibly helpful, and hopefully you will see the fruits of that process both in the version of the report that we're considering today and in the conversation that we're about to have. So as Kelly said, today we're really aiming to get to a final version of the content for the year 2 report, the year 2 appendix, the year 1 addendum, and then that will feed the ease of use document that Commissioner Scarlett referenced. Just to orient you to what each of those pieces are, the substance of the content is contained in the year 2 report. That contains all of the recommendations and an explanation of the rationale for those recommendations. The appendix goes along with that and provides a recap of the research base that supports those recommendations and reflects a lot of the content that you reviewed and grappled with over the course of the past several months. And then the ease of use document pulls a couple of key sections out of the year 2 report that includes the executive summary, a list of recommendations, and the conclusion. So we will make conforming changes to that document, but it will reflect the content that we are going through in the year 2 report, which is the primary document we'll operate off of today. Happy to answer questions about that. Hopefully it'll be clear as we work our way through. And then as we head into December, after today, if we've met all of our goals for today, we will be taking all of those pieces we just referenced to copy edit, where we will just be making sort of grammatical changes, formatting footnotes, doing all of those little pieces to perfect the document, but not making any substantive content changes or anything that would change the meaning or the recommendations that you all will vote on today. The December meeting, if we do have substantive issues coming out of today, we will use that time for that. Hopefully we will not. And otherwise we will proceed with hopefully what we identified today as some new topics and start to think about our work as we proceed through the new year. And we have started talking about what we will do in calendar year 2022. And we have a few ideas. There are some additional guest speakers that many of you have suggested you want to hear from, including experts in the field, as well as key stakeholders like students. The new or additional content areas that Commissioner Scarlett voiced over, where we may need to dig a little bit more deeply. And our goal for that work will be, of course, to write the final report for year 2. And you should already have the 2022 meeting dates on your calendars, but there they are in case you don't. And that will take us to the next section. We'll start digging in. One other note before you start, Kelly, is that we are reviewing here, we've teed up here on the slides, the substantive changes to the report that require discussion. There are other sort of wordsmithing choices, language choices that we are not necessarily going to show you on the slides. This does not mean that none of the other pieces of the report are up for discussion, and certainly you should feel free to raise any issues that aren't presented on the slides that you want to discuss with your fellow commissioners. All right, go on, Kelly.
But Kelly, before you go, I will make an important point that when we approve this second report, Bellwether team will actually go through a copy editing process. So when you think about non-substantive changes, I would suggest that we hold that.
Yes, sorry, I should have been clearer about that. We don't need to talk about, spelling errors, typos, grammatical errors. Those will be taken care of.
Hey there, I have a question for you. Just so I could have it clear in my mind, because there's a couple of drafts out. The working draft, well, how many, because I have two copies of draft round 3 working draft. How many pages is it? So I can have the one that you're referring to.
We are referring to the one that's called report. I think it's 50 pages.
Okay.
It is the most recent report is 50 pages.
Okay, I got it.
Great.
Thank you.
Sure.
May I ask a question?
Please.
Hi, this is Joey Vaughn. So I know Chair Scarlett mentioned that there has been feedback from the state board, from TDOE. Will any of those, for example, definitions, are those things we'll discuss today, or will those things that will happen within the edits from Bellwether?
Yeah, so what we got that feedback this week, and what we've done is gone through and made the non-substantive changes in track changes. And so the document I'll be sharing on my screen today will have those. We also have a slide toward the end of our day today that just summarizes the non-substantive changes that we've made. There is one item that's a little bit more substantive that we've teed up for discussion today. So we'll be able to have a conversation about that. So we'll kind of give you an overview of all that. And then if you want to see the actual track changes and comments, Commissioner Scarlett can pass that along to you directly.
Joey, do you want me to send them to you, or does anyone else want me to send them to you? Because I'm happy to do that.
Sure, I'd love to see them.
Okay, I'll send it out to everyone then.
All right. Okay. That's okay. It's going to be covered here in the conversation. So I'm good with that.
Okay, that's cool.
Great. So we have a couple minutes here to get a quick update from Lou. Is Lou on the line yet? I didn't see him earlier, but my screen is.
He texted me earlier to say he'd be on about 40 minutes after the hour.
Okay, no worries. We can dive right into the discussion and get an update from him later. All right, so again, thank you all so much for all of the feedback that you provided over the last several weeks. As Commissioner Scarlett said, it's a ton of content. We know that. We're deeply grateful for your engagement in it and all of the feedback that you've provided. What we sent out on Monday included an Excel spreadsheet that kind of summarized the main pieces of feedback that we received from each of you. And what we've done in terms of organizing our conversation today is organize all of that feedback by priority. And we're going to walk through the feedback then by priority in the order that they come, in the order that those priorities show up in the report itself. We will invite the commissioner who provided each piece of feedback to offer any additional voiceover or context that might be helpful. And then we'll have the opportunity to discuss as a group whether and how to address that feedback. And I think that there are kind of three main ways that we can decide to address feedback today. One is to make the revision that the commissioner suggests. Could be an addition, could be just a wording change, could be a deletion. There's also an opportunity to do some additional editing in real time today if we want to do that. The second option is to not make the commissioner suggested revision or addition. The group could decide that we're not going to go in that direction. We're going to keep kind of what already existed in the report. And then the third option, as Commissioner Scarlett kind of voiced over at the beginning, there is an option if we feel like there's substantial research and thinking and discussion that needs to happen before the commission can feel comfortable putting recommendations into the report. We can remove some of the content from this year 2 report, spend the rest of the month and into next year doing more research, having more conversations, and then include it in the year 3 report. So deleting it from this report wouldn't mean that we were never coming back to it. It would just mean we weren't trying to align on something kind of in real time today. So that I think is an option we've teed up for a couple of items. It is on the table if we need it. Certainly we don't want to go through deleting tons and tons of stuff, but it's definitely an option if we're in a place where the commission isn't comfortable voting on something today.
Kelly, this is Glenn Swift. If I could, I'd like to make an observation. Is it okay now?
Sure.
We're on the topic of, we all spent great time talking to stakeholders. Some really good information they shared with us. So I think we need to be in a position to either include their items or not include them, be articulate about that. So I'm hoping that this will get to that point there. One of the feedback that I got was, there's another organization that would probably be very helpful to us as we consider unintended consequences of our recommendations, and that would be SCORE. So has someone talked with SCORE and as a stakeholder looked at it like that?
Yes, Glenn, we also have received feedback from SCORE late last night. I have not had a chance to go through it in detail, but that is another entity that we have received feedback from.
Yeah, they weren't included in the original remarks. I just want to make sure we did talk to SCORE. Okay.
We did.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've reviewed them.
Okay.
So with that, Nathan, as we go through this document, if you can just share with the team the feedback we received from SCORE, that'd be fantastic.
Sure.
All right. So diving right in then to the first priority, which is ensuring students master literacy and numeracy skills. So let me orient you kind of to how we've got these slides organized first. They look similar to this for each of the priorities. At the top, we have a summarized bullet point of feedback that we heard with the name of the commissioner who gave us that feedback. And then at the bottom, we have the current recommendations that are included in that priority just for context, so we can kind of think about adding or deleting or changing in context of what else exists. So this is the first priority that shows up in the report. Commissioner Swift, we got some feedback from you related to adding a recommendation that the legislature allocate additional or reallocate existing funding to these reading and math priorities. So I'll invite you to kind of add any context to that you have, and then we can open it up to discussion around whether or not we want to add a recommendation or additional language to this priority that addresses this feedback.
Thank you, Kelly. This is Glenn. Yes, this came from an industry contact, and I found it amazing in my stakeholders that I reached out to, the rigor that they went into in the preparation. This one was the tune of, can't imagine why we would spend any money other than on helping students read, write, do math. It'd be helpful if they could do a little interpersonal work, but he just had to let a couple of people go that were college grads. They could not even send an email to contact. So his point was we ought to make sure we're spending our money on, if literacy and numeracy are important, make sure we're spending our money there, because we're clearly not where we ought to be today. In fact, I got from another stakeholder, the house is burning on education, and we're just taking minor steps. So I would encourage our group to really step up to that kind of task there. And this is one area that look at how we spend the money. I'm not suggesting we spend more money or go fund more, but to find how we allocate our funding. Any questions, comments? I mean, it was very explicit, came from industry.
I think there's a couple of ways that we could address this. Hopefully you're able to see the report that I'm sharing now. So we could add an additional priority, or excuse me, an additional recommendation to this bullet pointed list here. We could also, in this context here, this context section around the case for early literacy in math, add a sentence or two that addresses exactly what Commissioner Swift just voiced over around the need to potentially reallocate some funding to these recommendations until kids are meeting proficiency benchmarks.
This is Glenn again. It just strikes me that a statement in our report that says, by definition, if we do the things we're recommending, we are going to place more money on literacy and the funding of that. So I think this is as in the context of a lot of our report here is how we say that. And because isn't that true that if they adopt our recommendations around literacy, that more funding will go to the classroom, to the students? Again, I'm not the wordsmither, but I'm just giving you the perspective that this is a tone, how we can set the tone of our report. It really, we're not where we want to be today. We weren't where we wanted to be. And these recommendations are going to help us recover and hopefully move us towards careers to get us where they want to be.
This is Joey Vaughn.
This is Dolores Gresham. Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think that what has just been mentioned can be communicated as a recommendation. The finance committees in both chambers are pretty diligent and deliberative about the work that they do. And all you have to do is point them in the right direction, and they will ensure that the money spent or that the budget put forth by, for example, the Department of Education or THEC or whatever comes forward, that they will take a look at that. And I think a strong tone in that regard would be entirely appropriate and would be taken to heart.
This is Joey Vaughn. One thing I want to, you mentioned there in the third paragraph, you bring up the TDOE. I think it's important to note the work, and I think we could be more specific now with the work. For example, Reading 360. I know there's a math component that's fixing to roll out. So the legislature, the General Assembly's put a lot of money. ESSER brought a lot of money in. So there's a lot of things happening right now that that I think we, as much as we can, we need to hit those as well, and not make it not lose sight of the work that is currently taking place in this arena.
Yep. And the edits that you see up on the screen now, actually, that what you just voiced over mirrors very closely what we heard from TDOE. And so you'll see in there that I added some around the ESSER funds, the Reading 360 Research Center, and some of the math work that's coming. So you're right on the same track with them.
Well,
Perfect. Yeah.
This is Glenn Swift again. Just count me as a descendant on that descending. I will adopt anything that right now is, we've done a lot of progress. The house is burning. on literacy and numeracy. So I would strongly recommend that we put this. I thought the stakeholder did a nice job. When I hire your people coming as one of the 1 million, I need people that can read, write, arithmetic, and those things like that. So I would hope that, and Senator Gresham, I think your idea is a great one. It's more of a tone that our money should be going to those items which are not where we want them to be today. I don't understand why we have to try to give anybody any credit right now for where we are.
Thank you. I probably would agree with Glenn on that, because what I have seen in my trips around schools is that they're throwing money at it does not make it better.
Right.
We've already learned that throwing money at a problem is not the solution, and all we end up doing is throwing money away. And in some of these districts, school districts just become employment agencies, a place to get a job where all you have to do is go in and probably do nothing all day and get paid for it because the money is there. And then there's the other attitude is that, well, if we don't use up this money in some way, and sometimes it's frivolous, then we have to send it back. Well, nobody wants to do that, but you must take care that the money spent has results in the classroom, that the student outcomes are measurable, and we can tell that we're doing what we need to be doing. Because we have been throwing money at education since forever and not getting the results. Yeah. And I think that was one of Glenn's points there, as well as a point made by the stakeholder that communicated with him.
Yeah.
So the strong tone is important to communicate.
Senator, you got it exactly right. I mean, to my sense is the test of this should be is any of the initiatives that are kicked off or are going on, that they ought to be related to the classroom. They ought to be related to helping students be literate and be able to do numbers. And so I think, I'm not by any means suggesting we go spend more money. I just think it's how we spend our money. Less than half of money we spend today on education is devoted to the classroom. I think that's hard to accept and I came from industry, so I'm trying to speak up for industry here that was given to me in no uncertain terms. I'm tired of hiring people that comes out of our education system that can't read and write, do math.
So I've tried to draft something kind of based on what I think I'm hearing. I added it to the recommendations up at the top as kind of another sub-priority around funding. It says reallocate existing funding to literacy and math priorities, ensuring that those dollars are going to the classroom to support literacy and math, and that those dollars are resulting in improved student outcomes. I'm curious if that captures what you're thinking, if other commissioners have thoughts.
This is Marie Chisholm Burns. I hear what Glenn is saying, and I certainly appreciate it. I'm sitting over here struggling with reallocating. Because I don't know what's the unintended consequences of what's going to give when you take money away. That's my comment.
This is Chris Jones.
Marie, that if you can't read and if you can't write and if you can't do numbers, how in the world are you ever going to be successful in a career?
Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, just two comments. And Commissioner Swift, I appreciate your stakeholders' concerns. He really has stated in a succinct way the charge of this commission. And that is that we want to have a good education system, which of course would include numeracy, literacy, and the ability to write an email. And so all the steps that are listed in this report would help support that, trying to align our education systems, trying to improve numeracy and literacy. Exactly. So I think what he's saying is he is stating the outcome of the problem that Tennessee has from an industry standpoint. So I think we would all support that. The one second point I would make is that if I'm not mistaken, Tennessee is in the bottom half of the United States in terms of our dollars spent per student. So I don't just know that it's a matter of reallocation of funds. I think part of what we have done is underfunded education as judged by our peer states. So I would say that to make sure that we adequately fund our education system to achieve our goals. If we're spending enough money, and great. If we're not, then we need to up the spending. Thank you.
I think, Chris, the number's 44. We're 44th on the list of spending money on students.
Doesn't sound like it's a reallocation problem then. Sounds like it's an underfunding problem.
Both of them, but yeah. So and again, the stakeholder wasn't trying to design the answer here. They were trying to tell us, you need to put your money where what you want done. And if that means, because our recommendations probably are going to cause us to spend more money.
Hey, and this is Joey Vaughn and Commissioner Swift. I appreciate, I understand the strong tone, and that is good. But one thing I want to be sure that doesn't get left here, when you look nationwide at the work that Tennessee schools have completed in the past 18 months, it is second to none. It's in the top 5 in the information that we have. So I want to be really careful and specific here. Our teachers, in any industry, you're going to have people that you do not need. But I don't have people sitting and drawing a paycheck. I've got people coming to school every day, boasting, giving all they've got. I've got people ready to leave because of the stress the job is causing. They love my kids. But the last thing I want to do is put this commission in a situation where it comes off that we are anti-teachers. Let's provide support. Let's help them grow, but let's not think that people aren't doing their jobs.
I would like to
So
second.
just
This is Chris Jones. I think that is so important, Joey. We need to have a very charitable view towards our education system. You know, it's been a hard year for everybody. The healthcare system's obviously been at a difficult spot, but probably the hardest spot throughout this whole pandemic has been teaching. So I think anything we do here that undermines that morale would really be doing our education system a disservice.
This is Commissioner Frank Rothermel, and I'd like to say that I don't see anything wrong with us asking for adequate funding and to make sure that ensure that the funding is spent effectively. So that statement, I don't see how that could have hurt anybody.
This is Dolores Gresham, and I'd like to point out, too, that before this pandemic, Tennessee was known as the fastest improving state in the country. So, this is not putting down anybody. It's that you have to be careful about how you spend the money and make sure that the money spent is done effectively and it's not spent frivolously, which can happen, especially when there's a lot of it around. So it's just a matter of being very careful. And I think back to what Glenn started out saying is that however we spend our money, it has to be done effectively. And throwing money at it is not the answer. It's whatever monies that you do have, you are frugal and effective, and that the metric is student outcomes and how well youngsters are doing. So that's what we're about, is making youngsters successful.
Madam Chair, this actually is a pretty good time to come in with some of the score feedback, which I think offers a good place between kind of the two concerns that are being brought up. That is, we're in the priority itself in the second bullet point. Right now it says establish regular evaluation of early literacy programs, and SCORE recommended that to be changed to establish rigorous and periodic evaluation of early literacy programs by independent non-governmental evaluators, and results should all be publicly reported. Now, if you take a step like that, then you're hitting on the need to make certain that these programs are indeed doing the things we say they're doing. All right, as well as the responsibility to the taxpayer, recognizing that yes, in the next, if you think about it, in the next 10 years, Tennessee is going to continue to increase the amount of money that it puts in K-12 education. On the other hand, you can look at the 90s and other points in time and seeing that some of the states that spent very little had tremendous achievement rates at various points in time. So it's not like dollar equals achievement. Increased investment with rigorous oversight to publicly report on the actual effectiveness of a program, that gets at both concerns. There's no doubt in the world that the education professionals have, done a tremendous work in this last 18 months. Yet at the other side, if you look in the terms of the last 10 to 15 years, I mean, we did find ourselves at a place where we were 48th and 49th at most things. And now we're 36th in some areas and 24th in others. A tremendous improvement has taken place. But if you have the oversight portion there and the rigorous reporting, that takes care of the issue. Now, SCORE recommends non-governmental. I also know the Office of Research and Educational Accountability at the Comptroller's Office is sufficiently independent to shine light on things as well. But in any event, more sunshine rather than less tends to create better government.
So I added that language to the second bullet there. And then also, as you all have been talking, have been kind of drafting this additional one here related to funding down at the bottom that now reads, adequately fund Tennessee's K-12 education system and focus funding in the classroom on literacy and math initiatives, ensuring through rigorous external evaluation public reporting that those dollars are resulting in improved student outcomes.
Nicely done, I think. I think Nathan made a great point about speaking about OREA. If you wanted to add that in there, that a review by OREA, I don't know if you want to do that on an annual basis, but you might point out that OREA is an appropriate group to do that evaluation or to do that review.
Sure, I added a parenthetical there, such as OREA.
Kelly, this is Glenn. Just an observation on your writing. I think it's going certainly in the right direction. What you've taught me in the last 6 or 8 months, you and the team, is this concept of student outcomes is confusing. It means things to different people. Why don't we be specific there? That it leads to improved student literacy, numeracy, those and potential for careers. Our vision, tie our vision to that, and because you're going to hear from me later in this discussion about metrics, the importance of having metrics, and I think that what is a student outcome? What do we want? We want them to have a successful life and career, and they get a job. So I would be specific around that.
Resulting in improved student literacy and math achievement.
This is Marie
Burns.
Thank you. I'm thinking about what Commissioner Gresham said, and 2 things, Kelly, that maybe we should consider, and we could go back and wordsmith it later. But I think what Glenn is talking about, and the person that reviewed this, and we want to be bold here, significantly improved student literacy, right? But going back to what Commissioner Grisham said, it does resonate with me. We want this to be not only adequately funded, but effectively. So adequately and effectively funded. Because that gets into what I think we all want. We always could throw money at something, and sometimes it works. I'd rather be, rich riding in a limousine than poor riding in a Volkswagen. But does it make a difference? So you want it to be effective.
Yep.
And the other thing is with the words on adequate and equitable, those 2 things are the bases for just about every funding formula lawsuits you see around the country. And it's because they're not easily defined. you know. I've been asked about that and say it's like, you know, the answer is something akin to how many drops of water are in the Atlantic Ocean. You know, what defines, what is the adequate level? What is the equitable level for funding? So just to understand the atmosphere that we're using this adequately and effectively fund.
Joey, there's no intent at all on me not giving you all the credit in the world for the progress we're making, but in the reality of innovation and creativity and going forward, we got to do better. We got to do better than having 29% of our people be literate that are coming out of our schools. So we can, I'm not taking anything away, but I think we ought to recognize them. We got Ford coming over there to the new investment. They're going to be very specific about the skills that they need. Our students become employees and what they can do. So not taking anything away from anybody, but we're not where we need to be. The house is burning.
So I think we all recognize that. Thank you very much, Commissioner Swift. To Mr. James' point, it is hard for us to define adequate and effective. I also would propose that we're probably not the ones to define what adequate and effective means when it comes to the funding model, because it is well beyond the scope, or maybe it's well beyond just the time. How about that? That we would need. And there's an 18 subcommittee commission group that's leaning in on that as well. I do think that I don't know how this would get in here, but to Glenn's point, and also to Commissioner Swift's point and to Commissioner Dr. Jones' point about ensuring that we have students prepared for life after they get out of high school. There's something to that, and how you define it. I think adding in the significantly improved certainly takes us to a different level. Again, that's another word that is not fully defined. And so that's it's, you know, I think it's an important point, but it's not necessarily, we're not saying exactly what that number is. And so we're leaving it a little bit loose, but the concept behind what this recommendation is, I still think is very valuable. I'd love to hear if there are any more thoughts about this sub priority for funding, and also the added language under literacy one, which is the establish the rigorous periodic evaluation for early literacy programs by independent evaluators. Love to hear if there's any other perspective on any of this. Yes, Commissioner Chosen Burns. I can only see some people, so if you're raising your hand and I don't see you, I apologize. It happens to be that Marie is in my little 5-box area. I keep shifting it around, so if I don't see you, just holler.
Yes, this is Marie Chosen Burns. I agree with you. I don't think we define it. That's someone else's job to define it, but the spirit of it, those words need to be said, because that's the spirit of what we're trying to do. We want to see big changes. Someone else will define it. And we want things to be cost effective, and we want it to be funded and such. So that's my quick opinion.
I will also touch on 2 additional things. One, Commissioner Swift, you've been very great at beating the drum about having clear messaging. I do believe that is imperative as we think about these priorities. I think we need to make sure that we are very crystal clear on what we're trying to say, and making sure that others outside of our 9-person commission and the hundreds of pages we've reviewed can understand what we're saying. I think that hopefully goes without saying. The second piece I think is also very important is that there's everyone on this phone I think is here to support educators 100%. We recognize that. I know Dr. Jones said teachers and probably educators probably had the biggest challenge. I think it's probably more, as I understand it, more of a challenge this year than it even was last year. And that's hard. That will continue to be a challenge as students are managing through and adults are managing through a lot of certainly cognitive, but also emotional issues due to pandemic and other natural disasters. Throughout this report, there are a lot of intersecting recommendations that support different sides. And I think that's important for us to be aware as we move forward. While we're talking about rigorous curriculum right here, I think it's also important to recognize that in other sections, we're talking about what more can we do to help support teachers where they are and help elevate them to where they need to get to. So I want to make sure that we're all keeping that in mind as we're moving forward.
This is Todd Dixon. I just had one comment that I really resonate with Commissioner Swift's focus here, but I actually was just wondering about that. It feels kind of buried into this literacy and numeracy because it feels like a powerful driving force kind of behind the whole decision-making process that legislators are going to have to make when we give them this long list of potential things that they can do. And for me, I think it's important enough that we might consider, I'm not sure how we would do it exactly, but for me, if a legislator is looking at the 25 things we've suggested, what I would really like to strongly get across to them is I do agree that the core thing we need to think about first is literacy and numeracy. Like, are we doing that well? We should focus and do that first, because there's a lot of other tempting things that they could do, but it's really around how do we make sure that we do that first. I also, Glenn mentioned, he threw it in the interpersonal skills. So like, I think that's really important too. And you didn't end up following up on that, but like from my seat, that would be the third thing that I would want people to focus on is, okay, we have all these choices. What are we going to do first? Make sure literacy and numeracy are super strong in Tennessee, and make sure kids have the SEL or interpersonal skills they need to be successful in their jobs and as parents and as husbands and wives, et cetera. But those three things for me would be a centering piece. But I don't know if we would put that as, I suggested maybe there was a few questions that we had as suggestions that legislators like ask themselves as they're trying to decide what's the smartest thing for me to try to carry, into the legislative session to get passed.
I appreciate y'all's indulgence with me. I'm often referred to as the skunk at the family picnic. So I appreciate y'all hanging in there. I was given very clear direction by one of our stakeholders.
So
We
I think,
appreciate it, Glenn.
yeah.
Yes, Kelly.
I know, I was just gonna say, so in terms of like making a decision and kind of moving on to the next slide, I think, Todd, we will come back to the kind of the questions that you suggest it's on another slide later on. And I think definitely reiterating some of these big pieces is something we can do. I don't know, in terms of, do we need to take a quick vote or a motion here to decide whether or not we're keeping these changes, or what's the best next step?
I think that since we've made what I would consider important changes to this, we'll go ahead and take a vote on this section so we can move forward. So I will ask for
Could I,
a motion.
before you make a motion,
Yeah.
Madam Chair, just let me make a suggestion here. We're using this word adequately and effectively,
Yeah.
and that puts our report right in the middle of potential. I mean, there's ongoing litigation about the use of that exact word. I would say you can't effectively fund Tennessee without the K-12 system without it being adequate, right? I mean, you're not going to be effective if it's inadequate. So just be aware, commissioners should be aware that it's an issue of ongoing litigation at the moment.
Do you have any recommendations on how we would change that language, Nathan?
I would take adequately and out and start the sentence with effectively, but because I think that it's all in there.
If I may, I think we can just say fund. I don't think we need any adjective there at all, or any adverb there at all. Just fund. It works well with the rest of the sentence.
With what's
I
going on,
propose
I
we-
think that's true.
I would agree. This is Dolores Gresham. I would agree. Just fund. The adverbs are unnecessary.
I think that may save each and every one of you a considerable headache down the road.
Okay, well, I will ask for a motion for someone to approve the addition of the language under the sub-priority literacy, which is establish rigorous and periodic evaluation of early literacy programs by independent evaluators, such as ORIA, and make those results public. And the second change to this priority is adding the sub-priority funding, where it states fund Tennessee's K-12 system and focus funding in the classroom on literacy and math initiatives, ensuring through rigorous external evaluation and public reporting that those dollars are resulting in significantly improved student literacy and math achievement.
This is Glenn Swift.
And
I
for
so,
im-
so move that.
Thank you, Commissioner Swift. May I get a second?
Murray Chisholm
Second.
seconds.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize, everyone. I think we have to do a vote now, don't we? So Casey, would you mind calling roll for a vote?
Commissioner Burns,
I approve.
Commissioner Dixon,
I approve.
Commissioner Gresham,
Approve.
Commissioner Christopher Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Yolanda Jones,
Approved.
Commissioner Rothermel,
Approve.
Commissioner Swift,
Approve.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Approve.
Madam Chairman?
Approved.
Madam Chairman, you have 9 ayes.
Excellent. We can move on from this priority to the next one, please, Kelly.
Great. There was one other piece of feedback on this priority that I think we kind of voiced over. This is one that might make sense to hold on until next year. We heard from Commissioner Gresham about potentially broadening the set of existing recommendations beyond literacy and math. And I think that we do not have time today to adequately dive into that conversation, align on what the possible recommendations could be. So we are proposing holding off on doing any of that work until next year, but just wanted to put that out there that we did get that feedback and ensure that people are comfortable with our proposal to kind of put it off to year 3. Any
This
concerns?
is Dolores Gresham. I concur.
Okay,
So do I.
great. Moving right along.
Also, before we get too far, I want to mention Lou is on with us. I know we were waiting for him to come. Or do you want to get through this? I don't know how long.
Yeah, let's maybe get through this and maybe after lunch you can do an update. Does that work? Or right before lunch?
I don't know. You'd ask him. He's on.
Lou, what's your schedule like today? Are you able to come back with it? Was he still on?
I am on. I
Oh,
am
okay.
absolutely at the will of the commission, and I promise not to take my toys and go home.
Excellent. If you wouldn't mind just enjoying our conversation until we find a natural breaking point. And Kelly, are you suggesting maybe after lunch?
Potentially, yeah, when we have a kind of natural break. We could do it earlier too. I just don't want to get super sidetracked.
Lou, why don't you drop off and then we'll contact you when time makes sense.
Sounds great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, Kelly and I are going to kind of tag team today. So I'm picking up the next one. This is feedback we received on the next priority, which is addressing learning remediation and acceleration needs. Commissioner Gresham suggested adding a new recommendation to ensure accountability measures are established for remediation and acceleration. And again, as Kelly said, those are the existing recommendations included in the priority, so you can see those in context. But would invite Commissioner Gresham to comment or add any additional context if she would like.
Thank you. Only that you can collect data all day long, but if you don't evaluate the data and ensure that that you have those accountability measures built in, so that you can make sure you are doing what you intend to do, and if you're not, that you go back and evaluate what is being done. So that was just the motivation for that, to ensure that we have some accountability measures built in.
And this new proposed recommendation was included in the draft that you all saw, but flagged as a new recommendation up for discussion. So you'll see it here on the page that Kelly is showing you. Any comments, questions, conversation?
SCORE added that, let's see, the strong evaluation includes transparent reporting. So again, making the point that all of that needs to be transparent.
So we could add "and reported publicly" to the end of that to get that transparency.
Absolutely. I think that's a great point SCORE has made. The transparency again just points out you know, you bring sunshine to something, and that's usually a pretty good thing.
Other commissioners, and I can't see, much like Commissioner Scarlett, I can only see a few people, and 3 of them are bellwether people, so who happen to be on my my screen right now. So
I don't see anyone else raising their hand. But
This
a
is
question.
Todd. I just had a
Yeah.
quick comment just to illuminate what I said before, but this would be where I was hoping that in the final report, the recommendation could be clear that, for me at least, it would be if I'm a superintendent or a, you know, or a principal, and I am looking through what I need to do to help kids the most, it's tempting to put my energy into a tutoring program or a summer camp, or those are all could be important, but the core thing that I think we want to deliver and get to legislators and then to educators is that your core instruction within your classrooms is the most important thing that we could focus on first. And so that's what as I was saying that point before was kind of buried in the early literacy. It would be more helpful, I think, to guide people's decisions on what to focus on in the broader part of the report.
Todd, help me understand a little more. So are you suggesting that is somehow incorporated in other areas, or are you looking to change this recommendation to accommodate being in classroom learning?
No, I think this recommendation's fine. I think that I'm trying to think through how it will eventually be most effective through the legislators who have to choose it. And I would prefer the legislators choose the early literacy. I mean, like, focus on literacy and math. And so it's a little bit of a way of like, could we prioritize saying, like, there's a center within this, like, in classrooms that's most important. So when you're choosing the things to champion and get past, please.
It's almost like we're going to
strongly
get some sort of
suggest
like,
considering that.
yeah, it's almost like we need some sort of like choose your own adventure. So based on what the interests are of each legislator, they could go in and say, what am I interested in? And recommendations could pop up based on what their interests are. Another question I have on this particular one, Dolores or anyone else, is there something, this could be just innate because you're talking about remediation and acceleration, and Joey and Todd, this might be a good question for you too, but ensuring accountability measures are established for remediation and acceleration, is that real-time remediation and acceleration? Is that like a year later? Or I'm concerned if you take this at the face value that this is something that could be used so much later that it becomes a little bit irrelevant for the student.
I was struggling, this is Toddy, but I was struggling understanding how those would be different than the typical accountability measures. So I think the way that we're looking at remediation and acceleration of Valor is with the same, like, we're looking at our benchmark data, and we're looking at the same data just to see our normal accountability data. So I would have to hear an example of how this is different than just your normal accountability data for growth and achievement for your kids.
See, this is Joey Vaughn, and I agree with where Todd is on this. A couple of points. There are actually accountability measures that are taking place daily, weekly, monthly. So when you talk about the public report, I think we're talking about basically TN Ready. So if there's a lot of measurement taking place with our kids. One thing Todd mentioned was talking about basically what we refer to as tier 1 instruction. And that's what's happening every day in our classroom. So somewhere within here, and I think if I heard him correctly, we need to be sure that, and it will come in the teacher part, but if really good things are happening every day, eventually we get to the place where you don't have to have remediation. And that's where we're trying to get.
Totally agree. Correct. Yep. So I would propose that TN Ready is not a remediation acceleration evaluation, only because it takes, 7 months for anyone to get results, and it can't be applied to an individual student at the classroom level. Is there some other way that we should be defining this? Or is it just that we want
Well,
to, is the ultimate goal? Sorry, go on, Commissioner.
This is Dolores Gresham. You talk about all the data that you collect, and then you want to go and ensure that there is accountability based on that data, but then you want to make it public so that it is readable and clear and no weasel wording. Sometimes if you read the reports on TN Ready or any of these things, they are so nuanced that only those who are initiated into the vocabulary really understand what is being written. So, however it's done publicly, it should be such that the message is clear to parents, especially, and certainly to our communities, who can read a report and say, okay, it looks like our kids are really doing well, or, oh dear, we've got something to worry about here. But it just has to be clear, concise, and readable.
This is Marie Chisholm Burns. What do? You want people accountable. Yes, you want to put sunshine on it, but I'm going to take Commissioner Gresham's suggestion one step further. Why do we do all this? Because we want continuous quality improvement. Like somebody came down to my office and told me something. I'm like, you better fix it. It doesn't stop there. So what, you got this data, so what? Todd knows all my business. I'm going down the hall, you better fix it. So that's what we really want. And I don't know how to get at that in this sentence. Maybe it's the whole thing. What we want to say to the world, you better fix it.
This is Todd again. I think maybe my point was that, when we look at the data across the state and 30% of kids are on track, is that generally remediation and acceleration aren't a new challenge. It's like that's our challenge year after year, is like getting kids caught up and getting kids remediated. So it seems like the system in place with TVOS and 10 Ready are the two best, like, public, as clear as possible measures to help us make sure that these things are moving. I just was having trouble picturing how this would be different than the current system. It could be potentially like we focus and use that language a little more, but ultimately, if you want to accelerate kids, their TVOS growth needs to be level 5, and that's how you accelerate kids. And so I was a little unclear on what new stuff we would do, or if we needed to. In my opinion, we don't.
So I think we have a little bit of a question here on the purpose of the accountability measures that we're suggesting here. Are we talking about kind of capital A accountability, the state's accountability structure that relies on summative kind of year-end measures, and as Commissioner Scarlett points out, doesn't typically produce data until well after the fact and is more used as sort of a temperature check on the system? Or are we talking about measures that are ideally structured to create an opportunity for continuous improvement in real time, which is a really different structure, because a teacher in a classroom isn't going to be able to adjust their practice based on the prior year's test scores. That won't affect the kids in their classroom today. So Commissioner Gresham, I'd be interested, are you envisioning a specific sort of change to the state's accountability structure to address remediation and acceleration specifically, or are you thinking more of that second type of accountability or data use for continuous improvement in real time?
Well, thank you. Well, I think that there are two things going on. We're talking specifically about remediation. So it would be different than the state's system that's used at present. I do like that the editing here, ensure accountability measures are established for remediation and acceleration to be used to inform classroom practice and also to be reported publicly. Obviously, that's what we want to do with all the data that we collect, that we do better next time around. But at the same time, the information has to be made public so that parents and our taxpayers understand that that indeed either progress is being made or, as Commissioner Burns said, we need to fix it. So, but getting back to the point, this is different than the state's existing evaluation or accountability system, because it has to do specifically with remediation, not just growth in performance over time, which is long term, but in remediation. So this has a little more sense of urgency to it than our regular reporting systems. I hope I made myself clear. That was a conversation killer.
This
Just
is
Scott again. That was helpful. I think
yeah,
just at Valor at least, and Joe, you might do the same thing, but for kids that are 2 or 3 grade levels behind, that maybe that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Is that like we would use MAP scores. That's what we look at as like MAP data to see like what is their growth because they're not at grade level, and so that
Right.
we'd have to use some sort of nationally normed data that looks at the current grade level where they are to see how they're growing,
Right.
rather than if they're in 5th grade and they're at a 2nd grade level, the 5th grade data isn't quite as useful as the 2nd grade data.
What we're trying to do is evaluate how well we're fixing it. And we do that by collecting the data that we get and then using that data to get better. But at the same time, you have to tell the people what you're doing.
so. Commissioner Senator Gresham, I'm gonna walk through this in my pea brain. Let's just see if we're on the same page. And this is the difference between being in classroom remediation data, which I think MAP can be used, versus like during the school year, are kids being remediated and are they accelerating? So are we looking for an accountability system that looks at, X percentage of students are going into 2nd grade and X percent need remediation. And by the end of that year, they've either caught up or not caught up. And that's one data set versus, are we looking to do in classroom, like provide MAP assessments so we can have in classroom remediation access or data access for teachers to use on a daily basis? Because I think there are 2 different things of saying, are kids catching up during the school year versus do teachers have the right tools in place to really work with kids immediately? Maybe I'm oversimplifying the recommendation.
No, that's where we are, because the bullet point before that says create the early warning data system, and then the next bullet should follow that. Once you create that early warning data system, then you need to have accountability measures built in that responds to whatever data you have collected. And that should be made public, and it informs, as you had added before, and it forms classroom practice. So, I think that says it.
All right, Kelly has amended what we had in there before. And now it reads, ensure schools and teachers are collecting data on student remediation and acceleration, and that those data are reported publicly and are used to inform classroom practice. So this is more of the sort of real-time continuous improvement type of orientation than sort of the capital A state level accountability orientation.
Right. It adds specificity to the point before that says create the system, and this is what you're going to do with the system. Does that make sense?
Yes, reactions, especially Commissioner Vaughn and Commissioner Dixon.
I have a question. Go ahead.
I'm good with that if everybody else is.
So I have a question. When I look at this, the only thing not happening now, I can assure you that data is being collected, and it's informing classroom practices across the state. I have no doubt that that's happening. The part that's missing is the reported publicly. I have no problem with that. But I'm trying to figure out that one thing that I think we have to look at, and it may not be us, but what measure is being used, and is it going to be something that's coming from the state, or that's what I'm unclear about here is what will everybody be using the same measure to report publicly with?
Well, I think that you're asking for a higher degree of specificity that is outside our purview. You know, the folks that do this every day will do the research to find the appropriate accountability measures. But all we're trying to do is say, we have to be accountable and we have to tell the people. And then what information we have, what information we have gathered, we use it to get better. So I'm not too worried about being any more specific than we are.
But, Joey, I mean, would it be helpful to just say using the same metrics or using you know, I get what you're saying, and in other words, if there's a different set of standards for, you know, this public school versus this private school versus, you know, this one versus that. Are you concerned about that, or trying to say, hey, we just want to make sure that it's the same across the board kind of thing?
Yeah, I'm not worried about the public versus private, any of that at all. I just want to, the instrument that I may use might be different than what Todd is using at Valor. So if the instrument that I'm using doesn't, and I understand what Mr. Gresham is saying, and someone else will take care of that. I just wanted to make sure that you all realize that the commission realizes teachers are collecting data and they are using it to inform classroom practices. Can we do better? Absolutely. We need to develop it more, but that is taking place. And finding a way to report it publicly is something that has to be consistent across the state.
So could you say consistently reported, consistent universal reporting? Maybe that's the way to say it. Would that take care of the issue? Because obviously having it reported inconsistently defeats the purpose of asking for reporting in the first place. And so, you know, if the point that you're making is you'd like to see it to be consistent, seems.
My worry, just again, and I'm fine with this. Because it might just be depending on how they put this and ran with it, but I would be worried about us getting into the business of publicly presenting formative data throughout the year, because there's so many different tools that people use there's good, strong tools that people choose for good reasons for their local context for a formative assessment, and then trying to publicly present formative assessment during the year. Besides, like, you already do that with parents for like report cards, and you have Illuminate and systems that kind of keep your your crew up to speed. But trying to do like a collective system across the state would be the exact example of like not the energy we should be spending our time on. So I would just worry that this would have an unintended consequence of a big bureaucratic system that didn't really move the needle.
This is Dolores Gresham. I think the present editing, who's doing that? That's great. Establish metrics to track and report on student remediation and acceleration, and ensure those data are used to inform classroom practice, and you could put and periodically and published publicly or something, some other phrase there, but that that establish metrics to track and okay, there you go. That, I think that does it. It still gets to the point of accountability and transparency, and that's where I was going. Accountability and transparency. That's great.
This
I
is
think
Marie
that's
Chisholm.
spoken well.
This is Marie Chisholm
Commissioner-
Burns. Joey, would you want common metrics, establish common metrics? So I'm going back to what Nathan said, because I imagine you want that to be the same. Like in pharmacy, we have to report board pass rates. We have to report progression rates. We have to report graduation rates. That's standard. You can throw in some other stuff, but those three have to be reported and made public. So I don't know if you want to put establish common metrics. I don't know how far you want to go with this.
This is Todd again, but I would really not want to have common formative metrics, because I think throughout the year, there's good reasons like why we choose our formative assessment system, and I think it works really well. And I would not want to have to move to a different program that the state decided that everybody needed to move to for like your quarterly benchmark assessments. I love the statewide accountability system at the year. I think that's the right measure for that. And then we all agree to do that yearly, but if you back it into the quarterly or unit by unit or something like that, it gets too messy. And I think it's just not worth the energy, and it would backfire a little bit from my seat.
Remember, we're talking about remediation as opposed to your normal reporting of educational growth, but these are youngsters who are specifically in remediation. I like the way the present editing looks. Is that agreeable?
Are there any other comments before we move to a motion? Going once.
You know, Senator Gresham, are you thinking in terms of remediation? Are you thinking students all along K-12? Or are you thinking of high school students who have to remediate because of their transition?
We're talking about address learning remediation, folks who are not at grade level, folks who are
So it's all K through
struggling.
12 the whole way.
Yeah, right.
Okay, well, with no additional comments, if we are all aligned, then I will ask for a motion to approve the added recommendation, which is stated, establish metrics to track and periodically report publicly on student remediation and acceleration, and ensure those data are used to inform classroom practice. Looking for a.
This is Marie Chisholm
I'll
Burns.
make that motion, Dolores Gresham.
I can second.
And Marie Chisholm, okay, a second from Marie. Casey, can I please get you to call the roll?
Commissioner Burns,
I approve.
Commissioner Dixon,
I approve.
Commissioner Gresham,
Approve.
Commissioner Christopher Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Yolanda Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Frank Rothermel,
Approve.
Commissioner Swift,
Approve.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Approve.
Madam Chairman,
Approved.
Madam Chairman, you have 9 ayes.
Excellent. That has passed. Let's move on to the next one, please.
All right, so the next priority in the report is to strengthen, retain, expand, and diversify the state's education professionals. A couple of pieces of feedback here. An addition suggested by Commissioner Gresham to add a recommendation to expand the Textbook and Instructional Materials Quality Commission's authority to include educator preparation curriculum. And then the second, this is a substantive piece of feedback that we got from TDOE that we wanted to spend a little bit of time on. We have a recommendation, that bottom bullet point that says use existing state collected data on educator preparation programs, including licensure pass rates, to inform program approval decisions. TDOE's feedback suggested removing this recommendation because in the current program approval process, those licensure pass rates, in addition to other data, are already collected and they can be used in the program approval process. So I think there's a couple of options we could discuss on that one. We could take their feedback and remove this recommendation. We also have in blue some suggested revisions if the commission prefers to keep the recommendation and potentially amend it with some other examples and more specificity on the types of data to use. So I'll open it up to Commissioner Gresham if you want to talk about any other context you have to the recommendation you've suggested at the top, and then we can move into TDOE's feedback.
Yes, of course. Well, the Textbook Commission, Textbook and Instructional Materials Commission oversees those materials that are proposed to be used in K through 12. The final decision for the use of those approved materials is done at the local level, which I think is entirely appropriate. No one knows the community better than the folks who live there. And I love too that the folks at the local level, that group, that advisory group to the superintendent, is also includes a parent. So I think all that is really good. But if the Textbook and Instructional Materials Commission approves the curricular materials for K through 12, then it occurred to me that they would then also have some jurisdiction over the materials that those teachers would follow in their preparation programs. So that was really the thinking of behind expanding the scope of the Textbook Commission.
Thank you. And that suggested addition was included in the draft that we sent you. It's highlighted here in blue. Any questions, comments, thoughts about including it or not including it?
Just to shed some light on this matter, the Textbook and Instructional Materials Commission has had to have been reconstituted twice or three times now. It's finally, I think, in a better place than it has been. This whole section here about strengthening the classroom-based clinical experience for all teachers, this is something that's already required. As far as the curriculum and educator preparation, it's already the authority of the State Board of Education to authorize these EPPs, as they're referred to, educator preparation provider programs. The Department of Education does periodic inspections, and ultimately whether a program is going to be able to continue to have its graduates be licensed teachers is a decision made by the board. SCORE's input here is that the Textbook Commission was not created for higher education, and the members appointed to that commission may not be qualified for that work. And there may also be accreditation or other concerns from higher education faculty. So right now, because of Title 49 and the way that the law is crafted, the State Board of Education is the only body that is largely K-12 that exercises this sort of authority in higher education, and it's specific to the preparation and licensure of teachers because that's given to them under the law. The Textbook and Instructional Materials Commission, I think, is starting to get into a better place, but ultimately it's those academic standards are set at the state level. The Textbook and Instructional Materials Commission is charged with obeying all of the state laws in creating a list of approved textbooks, and those finally, as a final check, come to the board for approval as well. I don't know that they're in the place to do that, and I think several of these metrics that we're looking for are already in use in, for instance, the teacher prep report card, which is something actually, Senator, that from some of your legislation from 2009, that was done by the Higher Education Commission for several years, and then in the last several years, it's been done by the board itself as an interactive document, so people can see the effectiveness of the teachers coming from that program and make decisions as to whether or not those are that's where they want to go. That's what I have for you on that.
Commissioner
This is Dolores Gresham. This is Dolores Gresham. I admit it's a stretch, and I am also aware of the growth pains that the Textbook Commission has gone through over the last several years. So, and I totally agree that, and rethinking that the curricula is actually the purview of the Tennessee Higher Education Commission. So I will withdraw that if there's no objection.
Any objection? Commissioner Chris Jones, you good?
We're good, thanks.
Okay.
Great. So deleted that one. Then the second piece was feedback from TDOE, this second blue one that's highlighted here. Their feedback, like I said, was that they already use licensure pass rates and among other types of data in their program approval decisions. I think that we could either take their feedback and take this recommendation out as well, or we could get a little bit more specific about what data exactly you all think they should be using in those program approval decisions. We made some suggested edits like job placement rates or educator effectiveness data.
So that's already in use in the report card piece. You know what we might want to think about here is just as we're looking towards the schedules for this commission for next year is perhaps get Amy Owen from our team at the board to give an overview of the teacher prep report card to members. It's not to say that you take the whole thing out, but a lot of these things are already in use. I didn't want to speak up too much too early on that stuff because it's obvious. I work for the board, but many of these things are being done, and I think perhaps an overview for the board, and then if it's something where the board still wants to go on, that recommendation or a couple of these different bullet points that they would do so kind of on the tail end of that, and it could be included in the June report. That way, it's still out there if members want it to be.
Nathan, can I ask a clarifying question? Are the data in the report card that are reported also automatically used for approval? Or is there a difference between what's used in the approval process versus what's reported?
So it's more like that the report card compiles it all, so it's in a very easy sort of interactive mode to look at. It is used. I think it's all used. I'm not going to say 100% that it's all used. I know the vast majority of it's used for that purpose. But that's why it probably wouldn't hurt to have Amy Owen on our team to do a proper overview.
I think the heart of why we originally put this in there was to help elevate the quality or expected quality of the EPPs to be able to help our teachers thrive and be even more successful than they are today. So, I think it would be valuable to have Amy come in and talk with us about a little bit more specifically what goes in that report card. But something that we might want to consider is maybe every 7 years isn't the right time frame. I don't know what that's based on. If that's what TDOE says, they evaluate it every 7 years. At what point are they really pushing the expectations that are required of teachers in today's day and age? Are these schools doing what they need to do? And I think that's a lot of that seems to be up in the air.
And I can certainly see that. If anybody wants to look it up, you can do a quick Google search for Tennessee Educator Preparation Report Card, and you can pull it up and go right through it.
And I have to tell you, it used to be quite easy to look at that report. It used to be very easy to go in and say who is producing the top performing teachers in the state, and now it's much harder to go and find that information. And I don't know that any EPPs have been shut down over the past decade, have they?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, they have.
So this is definitely something that we want to keep on the table and come back to around EPPs and strengthening them, making sure they're producing high quality teachers next year. I think we can do that and either keep this or take this particular recommendation out of this report as well. Does anybody have strong feelings one way or the other?
I'd love to hear from any commissioners that you have perspective on this. Thank you. Brian actually just put the link in the chat to the EPP report.
Yeah, that's got candidate profile, employment, candidate assessment, satisfaction. And of course, this year's the satisfaction domain is unscored because of all just got put off.
It sounds like there's no, and I can't see everyone if anyone's waving at me. It doesn't sound like there's any kind of excitement to remove this, or so I would suggest maybe we keep it in with the edits.
And put it on as well as
also have
coming back next year, doing more.
As well as having further conversations next year. Any other comments or thoughts on that? Okay. Are there any other changes to this priority, Kelly?
I do not believe so.
Nathan, do you think it's necessary for us to have a motion in the removal of that one and keeping of the other one? I guess we're making these changes, that we'll just go ahead and do this process. So with that, we're just going to go ahead and we're going to have another motion. So under this priority, strengthen, retain, and expand and diversify the state's education professionals, we looking for a motion to agree that we have deleted the recommendation about the expansion of the Textbook and Instruction Materials Commission, and we will add in some language under the fourth bullet down. Use existing state collected data on education prep programs, including licensure pass rates, job placement rates, and educator effectiveness data to inform program approval decision.
That's already done.
So you're sure? So okay, then stop my motion conversation. So Nathan, what are you saying, that the existing state collected data approved EPPs includes licensure pass rate, jobs placement rates, and educator effectiveness data? That's all three of those are included in the EPP approval, or no?
I'm 90% sure, but if you don't, you don't need to take it out just because I'm saying so. I can.
My question, this is Joey Vaughn. I'm not sure that the educator effectiveness data is included. It may be. The others, I'm confident, but I'm not sure about educator effectiveness data.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Todd, I think that is included, Joey. I think At least I saw the last report, and they use TVOS for, that's what they use as a proxy for that.
Good,
This is
thank
my
you.
recommendation, since we don't know for sure, we're all saying we think as opposed to we know. I would suggest that we take this out.
It
until-
says several aspects of the report card are required by that legislation, including indicators on placement, retention rates, scores on licensure exams, teacher effect data, that's Tennessee Value Added Assessment System scores. And the report card also includes other key priorities for the state board. And so what you're asking me is the TVAS data used? We know it's used in the report card, but you're asking me, is that also used in the
Like consequential decision making around programs.
consequence?
Yes, because this is
I-
specifically about the EBV programs.
And yeah,
Okay,
you're-
so let's, without that information, I don't know that it makes sense for us to provide this recommendation. Any other thoughts on that? I mean, should we push this to next year? I'm gonna take silence as a yes.
Leading from this
I'm
one.
not a school teacher, but that's all I'm gonna have to say. Got enough laughs.
That
Okay.
might be a good idea. This is
Do
Yolanda.
you want to hold off for 5
Thanks,
minutes and
Yolanda.
I could make a quick phone call, or if you want to take up the next issue and we could just come back to it so that I can answer you definitively.
Okay, that's fine. Yolanda, do you want to add anything? Sorry, Commissioner Jones.
No, I was just saying, if we did not have the information, I think it would be a good idea to maybe move forward and add it for our next discussion.
Okay, cool. Well, we will have, Nathan's gonna do some quick research on that while we move on to the next issue. We can come back to this one, Kelly, once we finish the next one, if that's okay.
Yep. Sounds good. All right, Jen, I'll hand it off to you then for.
All right. Thank you. Okay, next priority is equip schools and districts to address students' well-being needs. Two pieces of feedback that are related from Commissioner Gresham. One is a specific change to an existing recommendation to create a state grant program to support the professional development of teachers to recognize and support student well-being needs, including adverse childhood experiences or ACEs. And then a general call to revisit the well-being priority and the corresponding recommendations. Commissioner Gresham, do you want to provide some additional context on your thinking here?
Yes, sure. About, what was it, 2 years ago? There was a move from the Department of Education on the well-being of children from birth to career, I think it was. In any case, what it included was hiring people across the state to make home visits to every family who had a child to check on their well-being. Well, the legislature did not, I mean, almost with a voice, did not approve of that government overreach, and so that was dropped. The priority that we have here to equip schools and districts to address students' well-being, I just don't want it to be another government overreach, where we become a nanny state. But the revisions that would allow teachers to receive training on how to identify youngsters who may have experienced adverse childhood experiences, to have teachers be able to recognize that, I think would be ideal. And that's not getting into anybody's business, but it's being able to identify and to refer that to the situation to whomever it is appropriate to refer to. I think we had the Create a State grant program to support the professional development of teachers to recognize and support student well-being needs, that wanted to change that to especially ACEs. So that essentially was the thinking behind making some revisions to that, so that we ensure that our teachers are able to recognize those things and refer them appropriately. And the other part, of course, was well, the other part, of course, was the BEP review committee recommended the fully funding school-based nurses, et cetera. That third one, let's say 1, 2, third bullet there. So, you know, fully in agreement with that. Is that helpful?
The original one stated create a state grant to support local well-being initiatives. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was real
Yes.
general, the local well-being initiatives, and this is a little bit more
Okay,
specific around professional development and includes language on ACEs, but is not exclusive to ACEs.
I'd like to open it up to conversation.
Instead of including, I think the more appropriate term, the more appropriate word there would be especially adverse childhood experiences. Because as you know, ACEs takes a different approach to some behavioral difficulties, especially in our K-12 system, and that is the question becomes not what's wrong with you, but what happened to you. So I think that has such power that I think the teachers best be trained to be able to recognize the difference between perhaps a mere behavioral difficulty as opposed to something that actually happened to that child.
This is Commissioner Chris Jones. May I speak, Commissioner Scarlett?
Yes, please, you're recognized.
Great, thank you. And Commissioner Grisham, I really appreciate your comments, and I think nobody here wants a nanny state, surely. And I have to say, the idea of parents or workers going out to everybody's house, although I'm certainly was very well-meaning, would go counter to what most Tennesseans would want. Having said that, I think part of the problem that we have with the ideas here in well-being is just the term. And unfortunately, nobody's come up with a term that everybody is satisfied with. I mean, we could use, really what we're talking about here is good mental hygiene. We want kids to have good impulse control, to not have anxiety, and to be able to learn to recognize anxiety and to control that. To be able to sit with an emotion without acting on it, to be able to sit with a thought without acting on it. And frankly, the students and the educators have told us, especially over the past 2 years, that there is a significant need for that type of education. Now, I certainly wish that parents were equipped to handle that, but frankly, they are not. There's a reason why we have an opioid crisis in our country, and in particular in this state, and that's because many parents and adults never learned those types of skills, being able to handle anxiety, being able to handle emotions that arise. And so if we want our children to have a different fate than their parents, we're going to need to be able to provide some basic mental hygiene tools. And unfortunately, we're going to have to provide that in the school system. We already do some other things that we would say, well, the parents should provide. As an example, we provide kids with lunches and breakfast at school, and we provide them transportation going to school. And I see this as another aspect of the education program that allows the kids to be able to sit and learn despite other emotions or anxieties they may be bringing to the school system.
Well, I would certainly agree that there are parents who are not equipped or have their own or have had their own childhood experiences. However, at the same time, you cannot allow them to abdicate their responsibilities. You cannot absolve them of their obligation to be able to prepare their children to go to school and behave themselves. So it may need a completely different approach. However, to have this kind of education over a period of time, you know, it makes me think that if they're doing that in UK, well, no wonder the UK says, once you give us your children, they do not belong to you anymore, because we're teaching them how to think and how to do and how to be, because you have not done it. So now they are our children. The UK does that. I don't want to become the UK. So what I'm saying is that, yes, we are concerned with the well-being of our children in our K-12 system. However, we are not going to become their parents. So what we are going to do, however, is to be alert to those behaviors that perhaps reflect some deeper problems, in which case then it would be the teacher's job to refer that to social workers or to pastors or to someone else who's not necessarily responsible for their literacy and numeracy skills. So yes, and I definitely want to avoid anything that would appear that we are becoming a nanny state. So that was my thinking on that, that we keep teachers doing teaching business and not doing parenting business.
Madam Chairman.
So I will, yes,
This
Mr.
is
Swift,
Fran.
please.
I'd like to just take a few moments first and recognize Chairman Jones, Chris Jones. That's a wonderful discussion about well-being. Unfortunately, a lot of parents that I deal with through my 10 years of Tennessee Achieves don't understand it that way. They look at, you know, education right now as conflicting with their ability to have well-being of food and work. And so maybe is it possible to connect this initiative with the other where we're looking at the K-12, the 12th grade curriculum, where we encourage school districts to try to be cognizant of that, schedule classes where students can go out and gain real skills, applied skills, and at the same time getting paid for it. And that's generally what I picked up over the years. That's generally thought of as well-being, while that may not be the appropriate recognition of that. So just kind of a way to say, just tell me, no, we're not going to do that, or just some kind of acknowledgement of these seniors in high school not having enough to do anyway. They want to work, and us being aware. I'm trying to get us to the point where we don't have 40,000 kids get lost and they have interest in education.
Any other comments on this one?
So Joey Vaughn, I appreciate ACES. I am a tremendous supporter of that approach. I want to be sure that this is not, it doesn't come across as restrictive. And there are other avenues and trainings that are equally effective. So I want to be sure that we aren't too restrictive in the support that school systems are willing and able to provide.
This is Marie Chisholm Burns. I echo what Joey said, and that was my concern, but it's also hard to tell what is exactly being changed, because I think that's on the page before it or something like that. It looks like so is that local well-being initiatives, and that was a period at the end of that sentence? Is that what it was?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
All the blue is new and the red is what was stricken.
Yeah. In my opinion, this is very restrictive to the teachers. And I imagine there's other programs, and I think that's what Joey was saying. So I think we all agree, and I definitely agree. I don't need the home visits, but that maybe well-being initiatives, and if you can say especially recognizing ACEs, I think there's some type of hybrid of this sentence that maybe people can live with. And that we're just going to assume that however this is covered out, let's give somebody who's covering this out some credit. We can't, I don't think we can micromanage all the way down to a point. but I want to give them the freedom that they could help the situation and not have it so restrictive. That's my humble opinion.
Well, let's point out that the first bullet says incentivize the expansion of existing high-quality mentoring programs to support students' well-being. So we're not being restrictive. We're actually want to incentivize. We want to incentivize the mentoring programs that support, as it's written there, support students' well-being. So I don't think we're being restrictive at all.
This is Marie
not when
Chisholm
you-
Burns. Go ahead, Commissioner. I cut you off accidentally.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
I see. One could look at the first bullet and say it's restrictive in itself. It's just referring to mentoring programs. That's one way to do this, I imagine.
I almost wonder, so I'm rereading the second bullet now, and I almost wonder if the reference to ACEs, like if the way this revision is written around professional development in the one that's highlighted blue is redundant to the existing second bullet. And so if we add the reference to ACEs in the second bullet here, including ACEs or especially ACEs, however we want to say it, and then revert this one back to a general, because I think the initial thinking behind the general state grant program to support local well-being initiatives was that local communities know the needs of their families and their students the best, and that the grant program is there to support those communities in doing what they need to meet their local needs, and keeping it really open. So wondering if we revert the change back to a really open grant program, but then in the second bullet point, make the reference to specifically to ACEs so that that gets included.
In removing the specificity about PD and going back to the way we originally had it, does it make it too broad? Does it not support, does it support students?
Local well-being initiatives that meet students' needs.
If you just withdraw the create a state grant program altogether, because what you've done in the second bullet point is to provide professional development. So it doesn't say how to provide it. It could be by a grant program, but you're not being specific there. So that leaves it quite general, that a state grant program is a possibility. But since in the second bullet point you have put provide, it just doesn't say how you provide it, but that's what you want to do. Professional development to equip all staff to recognize especially adverse child, and okay, that seems to fill the bill, and you can delete the bullet point that begins with create a state grant program.
I think the Create a State grant program was meant to be much broader. So it is meant to be like something separate, like a district, if I'm remembering our conversation from this correctly, a district or a local community center or something like that could apply to the state grant program. And it potentially could use it for professional development in the schools, but it could also use it to connect kids with existing mental health counselors or, do some other sort of local initiative that meets needs. So which is why I think we ended up with the two recommendations. We can certainly delete it if that's what everyone wants. I'm just kind of trying to share what my recollection is of the context for the two different ones.
Well, it's interesting because the next one down is incentivize the partnerships in education systems and existing mental and behavioral support systems. That's primarily, I'm guessing, government. It did in this Create a State grant program, is that primarily nonprofits, you imagine?
Could be nonprofits, could be school districts. I think that
districts. I
think we had intentionally tried to keep that fairly open. Certainly the legislature could put their own contours on it.
My recollection
it may
here,
be too open.
This is Lynn. My recollection here was this one tied in with like the specific piece of the charge along the lines of like the tornadoes and traumatic events and things of that nature, where something strikes a community and there is a specific need that might arise from that. That's just my recall on this piece.
It's like an emergency state grant type program. Any thoughts? Any other thoughts on these?
This is Glenn again. I want to make another observation. Under number 1, is it possible incentivize expansion of existing high quality mentoring programs, parentheses or comma, including applied work experiences, things like that, to support student well-being? Because do we get at that in another section, or is it, because what I
We
hear?
do. Yeah, there's a mentoring recommendation related specifically to work experiences and preparing students to transition to post-secondary and work.
Just trying to connect the dot for us that a lot of people associate well-being with economics and the ability. So we give students the ability, because we want them to have, and we're trying to connect up to career. Just connecting a dot to another part of our recommendations is all I was offering up.
This is Todd.
This is Dolores. Let me go back to the first bullet. Okay. Let me go back to the first bullet, which says to incentivize. When you tell a legislature that you want to incentivize something, the first thing that's on the list is some kind of a state grant program. So if you leave the incentivize, the expansion of, leave that bullet and leave the second bullet and the third bullet, you can delete the fourth bullet, because incentivize, as I said before, it usually means some kind of a state grant program.
Mr. Dixon?
Those are all helpful. I think on bullet point 1, one thing just to point out, just because this is the area that I spend a lot of time in my work, and the well-being is generally, there's a lot of confusing terminology kind of in this world right now, but well-being, the way we're talking about it, is one valid way to think about well-being, which is generally kind of tier 2 or tier 3 responses to kids and families whose well-being is not strong at that moment. So it could be a mental health issue or something else, and so you're responding to that. There's another version of well-being, which is more tier 1 well-being, which is more around social emotional learning, which is what Glenn mentioned in the first, is that employers and others want people, and Commissioner Jones mentioned as well, like self-management, self-awareness, responsible decision-making, social awareness. There's kind of proactive tier 1 things that you develop with students to make sure that they're ready for life in college and career. So I viewed bullet point 1 as the proactive one. Is how can we incentivize that we have programs that are strong, that help kids develop in those fashions. And I was wondering, I think mentoring, that's a long way of saying the second thing is that I don't know if we need mentoring in there. It might make sense because there are different ways to do that. It's just existing high quality programs to support students' well-being. And then bullet points 2, 3, 4, and 5, to me at least, are kind of the very helpful and needed reactive things that we do in tier 2 and 3 to attend to students' well-being that's not strong currently.
Any other thoughts on this? So the last comment that Senator Gresham had was that because of we're using the phrase incentivize the expansion of, that we might be able to get rid of the fourth bullet here, the create a state grant program to support. I'd love to hear any thoughts on that, please.
This is Marie Chisholm Burns. I think bullet number 4 is saying something different. And I don't remember who said it, if it was Kelly or Jen, but it's talking about the local well-being initiatives at the local level. It's more of a, at the troop level than overall. Now, who funds it? State grant, I think the first bullet gets to that, but I think at the very least, it should have to support local well-being, ... I'm not so caught up unless I don't remember the conversation, but I think that's very different than all the other bullets.
Any other thoughts on this one?
Well, the it's funny, everybody reads a sentence and gets a little something different out of it. That fourth bullet, it seemed different to me than the first one because the first one says the expansion of existing. It doesn't say anything about new initiatives, whereas the fourth one could be new initiatives as well as existing. And so I read that one as important in that regard.
Todd gives a thumbs up. Anyone else? I don't see everyone's faces. I just see Todd happens to be in my view. Any other thoughts?
This is Dolores Gresham. I'm not sure what kind of response you would get from creating a state grant program for local well-being initiatives, because you don't know whether that the grant program is to be addressed to school districts or to local nonprofits. One of the dangers when you create a grant program that is new is that nonprofits all of a sudden blossom up everywhere because, there's grant money available. Let's become a nonprofit, and maybe we'll go do that. I've had experience with nonprofits who do that, who have called and said, how do we get some of that money? As well, what do you do? Well, they didn't do anything yet, but they're trying to figure out how to get some of that money. So, if you're going to create a state grant program, you have to, and you're going to say you're going to do that, then you have to be kind of specific about who this is going to be open to and who will be eligible. I'll go back to the point about when you tell the legislature or the governor to incentivize something, that means send them money, and the way you send them money is through a grant program. I mean, I think that's just the thinking. That's just the kind of thinking that that the legislature has. I mean, that's just what they do. So if you're going to keep that fourth bullet point, then I think you have to be really specific about what you have in mind doing that, because people will be all over the page just to try to get some of that state money. So
And I think that's
So
something
is there a way to merge?
figure out too down the road. I don't know if we need to do that right now. I guess it's a question, but
I think I wonder if there's a way to merge 1 and 4, though. Is there a way to say incentivize the expansion of high quality local well-being initiatives to support students, or something along those lines? I feel like they're saying different things, but what's stopping us from merging them?
I agree, Tara. I think the first one could just say incentivize the development of new programs to support well-being, and also the expansion of existing, and we can merge those two. So incentivize the development of new programs as well as the expansion of existing high quality programs that support student well-being. And that works as well.
I would only add this little, maybe it's a nuance, but what you want to do is build on success. So what you want to do is incentivize the expansion of existing high quality programs. So you want to build on success, and then you can add new ones. I mean, it may be just happy to glad, but what you're saying is you want to build on what is already working.
So if Kelly, if you could just flip flop and have the expansion of and the development second.
I couldn't agree more that it's great when we can build on success. Really in Tennessee, though, we're behind a number of other states on the development or existence of programs that support student well-being. It's not something we put a lot of emphasis on.
And I would just add, if we're thinking about the proactive, this is Todd.
Right.
I'd like to recognize Commissioner Dixon.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I would just note, especially if we're thinking about proactive developmental models for kind of SEL development and well-being, that it's a pretty new field. So a lot of them I do think we need to encourage the development of new programs as well as existing ones.
I like, this is Dolores Gresham. I really like the new number 1 bullet. Yeah, that looks great.
So why don't we take a motion on these? Any other conversation on this before I read these out? Okay. So I would request a motion to change the language under these recommendations. First, to remove what was the 4th bullet, which stated create a state grant program to support professional development of teachers. Thank you. To recognize and support student well-being needs, including adverse childhood experience. The removal of that. We're adding words to the first bullet, incentivize the expansion of existing and the development of new high-quality programs to support students' well-being. And then we're also adding language to the second bullet, provide professional development to equip all staff to recognize students' well-being needs, especially adverse childhood experiences, and know when and where to refer students for more support. I'm looking for a motion to accept these changes to this priority.
Commissioner Rothermel will make the motion.
Commissioner
Joey Vaughn
Jones.
will second.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you, Frank and Joey. Casey, can you please call the roll? Casey's still with us.
Commissioner Burns,
I approve.
Commissioner Dixon,
I approve.
Commissioner Gresham,
Approve.
Commissioner Chris Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Yolanda Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Rothermel,
Approve.
Commissioner Swift,
Approve.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Approve.
Madam Chairman.
Approve.
Madam Chairman, you have 9 ayes.
Excellent. This is passed. So listen, I'm pulling out really fun phrases. This is going to be our moment of a break in the beginning. The first phrase I've heard is "the house is burning." Okay, that's a really good one. The second one was weasel wording. I appreciate that, Senator. And the last one was good mental hygiene. So I'm pulling some of these out, not only for entertainment value, but I think I want us to think about, I'm not saying these are the right ones, but I want us to think about really strong, memorable titles that we're going to want to put on this report. So I'm not saying the house is burning or weasel wording or good mental hygiene are the right titles to this report, but things that will kind of make us stop and say, that's something I want to learn about, and something that can be impactful and stick with people's heads. So just think about that as we are going through this report. I also recognize we've been on this call for 2 hours and 16 minutes. I would suggest that we all take a 2, 3, 4 minute break and reconvene. I recognize, Kelly and Jen, this was not part of the original schedule, but people have to get up and move. And so I would request everyone get up and do a little bit of dance or get some coffee or do whatever you need to do. But please come right back here because we will not take another break until 12:30, if I'm not mistaken.
And also the answer to our question that I went in search of is over to the right. I have all of the specifics, which I can discuss after we have danced.
Thank you so much.
Good weasel word. Yeah.
And weasel worded.
your comment in the chat so we can return to the really quickly to the EPP conversation?
Yeah. That's fine. So, yeah. So in the comprehensive review of existing programs, that is to say, EPP programs, educator provider programs, there is expectation of standard 4 in the comprehensive review includes percentage of TVAS rating of 3 or higher, and it must meet or exceed the state average. 85% of LOE ratings are a 3 or higher. 90% of observation ratings are a 3 or higher. Initial application for programs wouldn't have completer impact, obviously, because they've never had completers. So there's your answer in terms of the use of TVAS.
I would propose that we hold on this. We push it until next year in our next report, only because I think there's a lot more information that we need to understand. I also, I think a lot of the background behind some of this particular recommendation had to do with making sure that we've got high quality programs in place. And I think it sounds like we still have a lot of question on that. Otherwise, we would have had this nailed down a little bit better. So unless there's any objection, I suggest would be what we'd change on here. And so we have to still take a motion on removing both of these and then pushing one of them to next year, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I will, any other discussion before I ask for a motion? I'm going to take silence as a no. So for the priority, the recommendations are the priority, strengthen, retain, expand, and diversify the state's education professionals. We will be removing the third one down under the first sub priority, which stated expand the scope of Tennessee's textbook and instructional materials quality commission to include educator prep curricula. And under the fifth one down, which is tied to the educator prep programs, use existing state collected data on educator preparation programs, including licensure pass rates, job placement rates, and educator effectiveness data to inform program approval. We are going to push that to our next report and have further conversation. So we'll remove it from this report too. I will accept a motion to make these two changes.
This is Marie Chisholm Burns. I would like to make the motion to remove the third bullet down that talks about expand the scope of the Tennessee textbook, ... And also to delete for this time being to use existing state collected data on educator, ... And we'll come back and revisit that at another time.
Second, this is Yolanda.
Thank you both. Casey, would you mind doing the roll call, please?
Commissioner Burns,
Approve.
Commissioner Dixon,
Approve.
Commissioner Gresham,
Approved.
Commissioner Chris Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Yolanda Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Rothermel,
Approve.
Commissioner Swift,
Approve.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Approve.
Madam Chairman.
Approved.
Madam Chairman, you have 9 ayes.
Excellent. Thank you all very much. We will move on to the next one, if you don't mind.
Moving right along, we have a handful of things to discuss in this, the next priority around optimizing capacity for flexible, high quality school options. I'm going to start with what I hope is a fairly straightforward decision. We got a fair amount of feedback on the school choice recommendations, some questions about the specificity, questions about needing more information, some suggestions to add. And we are suggesting, given kind of the complexity and the amount of information that you all kind of need to know to be able to make a set of solid recommendations, we're suggesting removing all of the references to charter schools and school choice from this priority and putting it back on the table for year 3 once we've had a little bit more time to do some research and conversation. So want to start here and see if anyone has questions or concerns about, again, removing the school choice recommendations from this version of the report and pushing that conversation to year 3.
I would like to see it move to year 3.
Chris Jones, I second that.
Casey, would you mind doing a roll call?
Could I just ask a question again? What was the motion, please?
To delete the school choice
Right.
recommendations from this report and push that topic area to year 3 when there's more time to revisit it.
And which one specifically are you talking about right here? I mean, let's delineate them.
It's these 3. So there was a new suggestion to, there's a suggestion from a commissioner to add a new recommendation to create new opportunities for parental choice in K-12.
Okay.
The next bullet down, address funding inequities between public district and charter schools.
So just those 3.
Yeah,
okay.
just these 3.
This is Dolores Gresham. On the first one, that was a specific request of the chair of the Education Committee of the House. And the others on addressing funding inequities and particularly relating to public district and charter schools and transparency issues related to charter schools. I'd sure like to hear from the new Charter Schools Commission to see what they're saying about the status of charter schools in Tennessee. The other thing about the funding inequities, a study was done by OREA regarding funding inequities, and perhaps we could also hear from OREA about what they found about funding inequities. So I would agree with. I'm for this motion. I think we need to look at these things. But just to let you know that the creating more opportunities for parental choice was a specific request.
Yep. And we'll keep all 3 of these on the table as things to discuss moving into year 3. We're not completely taking school choice off the table. We're just wanting to give ourselves a little bit more time to do more research and conversation on them before making recommendations.
Well, that's true, and ESAs are still in the courts.
Yep. So the motion is to delete these 3 from this report and move the topic area into year 3.
And we have a motion on the table from Dr. Yolanda Jones and a second from, who seconded it?
Chris Jones.
Chris Jones, thank you. So Casey, can I get a roll call on this postponement, please?
Dr. Burns,
I approve.
Commissioner Dixon,
I approve.
Commissioner Gresham,
I approve.
Commissioner Chris Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Yolanda Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Rothermel,
Approve.
Commissioner Swift,
Approve.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Approved.
Madam Chairman?
Approved.
Madam Chairman, you have 9 ayes.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to the next topic.
So still in the same priority, a couple other suggestions for additions and revisions. One from Commissioner Gresham to add a sentence to the recommendation around requiring curricula purchased by districts to have an integrated technology-based capability. The suggestion there is to add the blue text at the top, ensure the textbook and instructional materials quality commission retains oversight of all curricular materials. A suggestion to shift the language from requiring educator preparation programs to incorporate best practices for multiple modes of delivery, including remote instruction, changing that require language to strongly encourage. A suggestion to add a recommendation to review alignment and preparation requirements from secondary to post-secondary, and then a suggestion to remove the recommendation related to implementing the A through F system. So we'll start at the top with Commissioner Gresham and kind of work our way through these 4 pieces of feedback. Any other context you would add, Commissioner Gresham, on that one?
I'm sorry, what was the
Um,
third comment? Kelly, I missed that.
The third one was from Commissioner Yolanda Jones to add a recommendation that reads review alignment and preparation requirements from secondary to post-secondary.
Got it. Thank you.
So this is Dolores Gresham. To ensure the Textbook and Instructional Materials Quality Commission retains oversight over all curricular materials. That just follows logically. I mean, they would do it anyway, but it just makes it clear that when you're talking about any curricula purchased by the districts, and the Textbook Commission has oversight there and carries out their duties. That's all that was.
Any questions or concerns about this addition? Here it is in context again.
Senator, if it's already required, why would we need to have it added to the recommendation? I'm a little bit confused on that.
The only reason was because it's a new requirement that we're now looking at curricula that would be
Technology.
have about
Physical and
the use
digital?
of technology. Yeah.
So there is also, SCORE gave some feedback on this. And they say this could limit options for high quality instructional materials that districts can purchase. Curriculum may not be designed to switch modes of delivery quickly, so these are not choices that are readily available to districts. And they say consider softening the language to work toward rather than require, or potentially recommend ways to incentivize publishers and districts to be planning toward accomplishing this. But publishers are unlikely to develop substantially unique materials specifically for the Tennessee market. Furthermore, there is no hybrid instruction this year. Students online are required to be enrolled in a virtual school. This recommendation may put an unnecessary burden on districts. I would say in response to SCORE's feedback that they're giving there, I think perhaps they're reacting as if this would immediately become law and have an enactment date of next Tuesday. Certainly, if you're working towards it, that's fine. The other portion that we have to kind of look at is what happens if next year or the year after there is another pandemic and we're back in the same situation. If the expectation is created that curriculum that Tennessee is in the market for and is expecting their manufacturers to come up with programs that the modes of which can be swapped back and forth readily, then that can provide a little fire under the seat of some of these companies. It's not that we can magically force this to happen immediately, but if we work towards that, and then 2 years from now we're in the same place, then we will have worked towards being in the same place as we said 11/5/2021 and 11/5/2024. So anyway, just there's some thoughts.
Madam Chair, this is Glenn. Could I just ask a clarifying question about materials? Because I haven't seen anywhere. Who's assuring that those are competitively obtained price-wise? Is that something the commission does?
That's a process the commission goes through.
They'll competitively bid these things if they, that whole process?
Yeah, that's, so the standards are put in place, and then following the adoption of the academic standards, then the Textbook and Instructional Materials Commission goes through a process where the bids are out to basically the whole country. Companies can come and
cost containment. We're cognizant of that, and that's being taken care of. Okay. Thank you.
So I think the last question. So do we need to establish standards as a school board? The Board of Education, the state board need to establish standards
Well, the standards,
Oh,
the
no.
standards are the academic standards, and they're already there. The Textbook and Instructional Materials Commission does have authority over the use of that is to say, the approval of instructional materials. And as the law stands right now, there's also a waiver process that
Right.
decision is made by the State Board of Education, but that does cover electronic programs as well. This recommendation, at least in my reading, seems to be, hey, we understand that the world isn't here now, but moving forward, we need to have a system that can, that has these different modes worked into it. And I agree with SCORE in terms of this isn't necessarily there right now, but in terms of an aspirational goal, something to be implemented over the course of the next several years or decade or whatever, it could certainly set the trend and expectation.
Okay, so the point is that the technology-based capability is actually delivery, not based on academic standards. So if that's the case, then I'll withdraw that last sentence. Ensure the textbook and instructional materials, etc.
They do have that
from
anyway.
that recommendation because it has to do with delivery, not with actual academic standards, which is what the Textbook Commission is about.
Well,
Okay.
actually, the standards are about the board, but it's whether that sentence is in there or not. The approval of instructional materials, whether electronic or
Right.
book, in the form of a book, that is their business for sure.
Okay, I'm good.
The next piece of feedback was on this top highlighted blue. Commissioner Dixon suggested changing the language from requiring to strongly encouraging educator preparation programs to incorporate best practices for multiple modes of delivery in their instruction. Any context or voiceover that you want to provide, Commissioner Dixon?
Sure. I think it's along the same lines of my very first comment is my worry is, if our main focus for education prep programs is to make sure that we train and develop really strong teachers that are really good within their classrooms in the core thing that they do, which is in-person instruction. I just worry if we start to add on requirements for other things and they only have 100 hours to focus, and then we say 15 of those hours have to go into a kind of a peripheral type of experience, even though it's really important. I just worry it's going to crowd out the core thing that we're trying to get done, which is to get strong classroom instruction right.
Any questions or concerns about this change?
Let me understand that the recommendation is to delete strongly encourage, or
to keep,
is that right?
Sorry, it did say require, and the recommendation is to change it to what it reads now, which is strongly encourage.
Okay, it's a happy to glad, but a notch above strongly encourage is the word enjoin. So I don't know how you want to stay with strongly encourage or enjoin educator prep programs to be developed. Okay, I'm good.
Any other comments on strongly encourages versus require? So I believe that we need to have more than a strongly encourage, because I think strongly encourage means it doesn't get done. So I would request that if we want to do enjoin, that's fine. Not a word that came to my head, but I think it's a really good recommendation. Require, if we think future state, 10 years down the line, if we have another pandemic, if we have another natural disaster, what happens? If teachers are not prepared, if they're not learning how to manage those scenarios like this, or I think that'd be a problem. I think it'd be a big problem. So I would go beyond just strongly encourage.
And Madam Chair, also think of it this way. I mean, this is something, and online as long as there has been a line to be on, basically, higher education has been teaching with that as an option. And I think if anything has been, learned in the course of the last couple of years, it's not to say it's great for everybody. With education in terms of reforming it, it is about having a quiver full of arrows, and each one of those reforms to deal with the different way that people learn and the different way that they come about things. But to pretend that from this moment forward, having as a basic competency the idea that a teacher K-12 should not have as a basic qualification the ability to teach in that way is kind of missing an opportunity. I would say it's more towards the previous century than this one.
If we use, this is Dolores Gresham, if we use the word require, that means money. And if we want to make sure that our preparation programs do incorporate that kind of training, then, and we expect our teachers going forward to have that at least basic certification in that kind of delivery, then the word require would be appropriate. I'm pro-require.
Any other comments?
I guess this is Frank Rothermel. I guess the question is should each teacher be able to do it, or are there certain teachers that would be better suited to do it? And I could go either way. I mean,
this is Commissioner Jones. I'd like to hear Joey Vaughn's opinion on this, whether or not having require and funding that go with it would be important, if he has a strong opinion.
So, thank you, sir. In order to have that online component now, to be that remote instruction, you have to, that's not part of what, unless you have a special school or you're dealing with COVID for 10 days, you can't really be into that, that instructional method. Having said that, I do think that everyone that's in the classroom now needs to have that ability to make that happen. So I do think that I'm hung up on the word require, but if we expect it to happen and you don't say require, it will not happen.
This is Todd Dixon. And this isn't a hill that I would die on for this one at all. I just worry that there's many important things that crowd out the most important thing, and the more things that we require, that it just, that's my worry. But I don't disagree that this could be helpful. It feels like the way that we're going as a system is that it would make more sense to have specialists and people that were really, really good at this rather than have it be a blanket thing that everyone does. It takes away from the core training programs, but I get both sides.
One question I would pose, if we're addressing this through educator preparation, we're talking about training only new teachers versus teachers who are already in service. Would this be better addressed through professional development rather than through the prep program space, which could address Commissioner Dixon's concern that in that sort of core initial preparation for teaching, there needs to be a stronger focus on sort of the essentials, and also covers more teachers who may need those skills.
The next recommendation down covers the professional development for existing teachers.
What if that second bullet, we just left everything out after the comma? So we had, and we changed the word strongly encouraged to require. So we could say require educator preparation programs to incorporate best practices for multiple modes of delivery. And then each school system could decide if it was going to be all teachers or 5 of 6 or certain teachers, each principal or school system could then make that decision.
This is happening at an educator prep program level. So this is that's the difference there.
Right. So we would require education preparation programs, but it wouldn't have to be for every teacher. So
So what happens if we go through spring of 2020 again, where suddenly all kids are not in school?
Well, my
And,
thought
and,
on
and
this,
the overall majority of teachers were not prepared to teach in a virtual environment. We didn't have the systems in place. We didn't have the people in place. We didn't have the skills in place. So how do we, that's where I think when we were having conversations about this, that's where if I remember correctly, that's where I think our head was wrapped around.
I guess what I would say, Tara, is that if I'm a principal and this bullet comes out, more than likely, I'm going to have every one of my teachers going through this educator preparation program so that they're able to provide remote instruction. But it also gives me the leeway that if there are 2 or 3 teachers in my school that for whatever reason are not going to be able to accomplish that task, I can have those 2 or 3 teachers not do that and somehow be in a supportive role for the teachers who are providing that type of education.
So just to clarify, when we're talking about the educator preparation programs, we're talking about like the undergrad and graduate level programs that are preparing new teachers so that when kids are in college, they're taking both kind of instructional class, like in-person instructional coursework, as well as learning how to teach online. The third bullet down then is around the professional development for existing teachers. So principals would be able to, could potentially send, start with 7th grade and then send their 8th grade teachers or whatever it is to the professional development. So they're kind of looking at it at both ends, preparing new teachers and then also addressing needs of existing teachers.
So educator preparation program is code for collegiate classes.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Well, then that should be required. Sorry if I'm late to the party.
No worries. Okay.
I'm hearing, it sounds like people are leaning toward require. That you're hearing, Commissioner Scarlett?
That is what I'm hearing. I also don't want to have my own bias on this, so I want to make sure it's being clearly represented across the commission.
You mind if I just make one quick comment here, Chairman Scarlett?
Please.
On the require, if you're going to require, I think a note of caution around the field experience component of that recommendation. You're presuming that all clinical experiences will have an opportunity to leverage the remote experience. And I think if one thing coming out of the pandemic taught us was that not all LEAs had those resources available. And so the field experiences are when the teachers, our student teachers or candidates go into the schools and do their clinicals, if you will, their practicums. And so you might want to differentiate, where you are requiring the instruction and how to do remote learning.
I added and/or, so it's instruction and or in the field experiences so that so that there's some options. Does that address what you're saying, Lou?
I would think so. And I also would say, to require would absolutely, that would need a statutory change in Tennessee, or a change at the State Board of Education around, criteria for authorization to operate as an EPP. That's not because all of those academic programs of study are already authorized in Tennessee, they can't be, THEC has no space to modify those programs, that curriculum. So the institutions can either choose to do it on their own, but if you're going to require as opposed to encourage, it does require either a statutory change or something around their authorization to operate. Just as a point of context.
And that's exactly right. And I would say it would be a statutory change because the rulemaking authority of Tennessee's agencies are generally, it's a very strict construction. So, and it wasn't always that way. It used to be a little bit more like the federal side, but it is that way very much now. And so if this change was to be made, it would be done through a bill. And that bill would become law and it would trigger our rule change. So,
And there'd be a fiscal note.
yeah, I imagine there would be. I imagine there would be. And, I don't know what that would be in terms of the amount. Maybe
it would be incredibly expensive. Whether it is or isn't, it would be incredibly high fiscal note. Just from past experience, seeing, efforts to kind of step into the curriculum realm through statute, it is literally the one thing that will bring every post-secondary institution down to the legislature to argue vehemently against.
So they'll argue against it, Lou, because they don't want to change. They're not interested in thinking about what teachers are going to need in the future. Like, help me understand that a little bit more. I'm unclear on why they'd be so against evolving their prep programs.
They don't want the external dictate. Is the difference.
I see.
This is really something that, the governing boards of each institution has that control mechanism as a part of their governance structure. And historically, Tennessee has largely stayed out of the business of managing or influencing curriculum at the higher education level, with the one exception around the U.S. history instruction. And so, that being the one exception, Tennessee has always encouraged higher education to incorporate curriculum, or has gone, like in recent memory, specific to EPPs, have gone into the Board of Education code and put in as factors for authorization certain requirements. Nathan, you'll remember a few years ago they put in the collaborative partnership language as a criteria for authorization. You could do something similar here. I still think it gets a little muddy when you start telling the EPPs what exactly to fold into their curriculum.
Well, the other side of it is, this isn't, this has been the one area in higher education where this is done more, because it's about holding a state license. This isn't, we're not putting anybody in jeopardy with SACs in terms of their accreditation or anything like that. When you say, okay, what we need to see is that your candidates come out and are able to handle an online class as well. I don't know how expensive all that could be. And we certainly have had modes before where we explicitly authorize a thing that is innovative. The fact of the matter is, whether that's going to be easy or it's not going to be easy, the charge of this commission is to say, how can we best prepare the state for the situation to happen again? And if we find ourselves 5 years down the road and we're still not in the business of our teachers being able to teach online or having that experience, then we may have failed our responsibility here.
If we change the word require to fund, would that work?
And it's all up to the legislature in the end.
If you use require, if you use the word require, it means money. If you use the word authorize, it means, yeah, you can do it if you want to, but you don't have to. If you use words like strongly encouraged, they'll say, yeah. If you use enjoin, well, okay, that's a notch up. But require has fiscal implications. Authorized has no fiscal implication.
What about the word fund though? Would most of the programs at that point then take you up on your offer for the money?
You would get, if you use required, that means you're going to give them the money to do it.
Right, but you're not forcing them to. If you say fund, they can choose to take the money and then provide the preparation, which I would assume most of the institutions would.
Oh, okay. I don't know if that's in the lexicon, but okay.
I have a recommendation. I suggest we go with Senator Gresham's suggestion of using enjoin educator preparation programs and allow any General Assembly member that wants to take this on to determine whether they want to fund it or whether they want people to be strongly encouraged.
And that's
Any
how
thoughts on
stuff
that?
is going to go anyway.
I think
I'm
that's
sorry?
probably a pretty good idea. I think that gets at what, your original intent with a lot of these recommendations was to tee up an idea for the legislature to then go work with stakeholders. And you might get to it through that way.
Any other thoughts on enjoin, strongly encourage, or require?
This is Glenn. I agree with the dialogue. It's just been very interesting. Require seems to me would be a legislative action that says you got to do it. Our charter is really on the recovery mode is what does it take? What did we learn from this pandemic? And so we would be neglect if we didn't tee that up. It says here's what we had to do. We weren't prepared for that. Here's what needs to be done to be prepared. So the choice of words may not be require, but at least the things you're talking about now would be right.
Thank you all. Kelly, you want to move to the next one?
Yep. So these last two blue boxes here, we need to spend a little bit of time on. Commissioner Vaughn, I think you had suggested revisiting, potentially removing this recommendation around completing the rollout of the A through F school accountability system. Do you want to say a little bit more about your thinking there?
Yeah, basically, the A through F accountability system is there. It's in law. I think it was 2016. The last 2 years, it hasn't happened. So it's going to happen whether we want it. It's going to happen. It's law. One thing I will point out, that current system gives every school district one score. Now, there are lots of measures there. So grad rate, attendance, growth, everything goes into one. So there is some concern that you get one score. So like this year, it's a year of COVID. We'll get a score this year. A lot of people are going to probably have a D or an F in attendance, where our scores, our achievement, and our growth may be A's. But you throw in an F, or you throw in a couple of F's and D's, and it really skews the actual learning that's taking place. I just wanted to point that out. It can't be taken away because it's law, but that accountability system may not be a true measurement of student learning because it gives one score.
So you're a woman in the executive ranks of your career, or you hold.
So I think, so your recommendation though, or your thinking here is to remove this from the commission's report or set of recommendations because it's happening kind of regardless, whether you like it or not, whether people like it or not, it's happening. And so having a recommendation here to complete that rollout is just redundant.
Really, that's what I was saying. I don't care if it stays. It's
just redundant.
It's coming.
Okay.
This is Dolores question. I think that's correct. To complete that particular bullet point on completing the rollout of the A through F is already law, and is not within the purview of the commission. I mean, it's already law.
So are you agreeing to remove it, or are you saying to keep it?
Oh, I think it's inappropriate to have it there. So to remove it would be appropriate because it's already law.
Anyone else feel differently? Have concerns about removing it? right? Take silence as.
So I'm gonna, and I don't remember why, I don't remember who had it in here or why it's in here. I will say that it is law, I agree. So I did question when we first saw this. I would say that it's not something that is available to the public in a consumer-friendly way at this point. So I could not go and look at my local school and say, you've got an A through F rating. What is it? And I think there's a level of lack of transparency there. And I know that we've lacked data and there's been a lot of pushback. It was passed, then they wouldn't publish it. Like there's been a series of things, but I honestly, I don't remember our conversation around this. So it's hard for me to wrap my head around how we landed on it.
It hasn't happened in the last 2 years because of I think 2 years ago there was a testing issue, and then last year, of course, was COVID. So
yeah.
so the expectation is that A through F roll out this year by law.
Okay.
Now, if there continues to be further pushback, it might get to because of the transparency issue, it might get to the point where the legislature says, okay, then if you're not going to report, then we fine you. But I don't know whether it would get to that point or not, but it is already law.
Yes, and I just don't remember why do we, if we all knew it was law, why did we add it in there? And I just don't remember the conversation.
We had a conversation about trying to develop a way for families to be able to compare performance across schools, kind of in the context of some of the school choice stuff, I think. And then that turned into, well, there's this thing that's already in law, it just hasn't been implemented yet, this A through F system. And so I think that we landed here with this language around completing the rollout is to just, it hasn't happened yet, even though it's in law. There have been good reasons it hasn't happened, but just like encouraging them to kind of continue to implement it.
And I think
Sounds
there
like-
was one additional piece, and that was we had not really addressed accountability generally as a topic, and a desire to signal support for the state's accountability system in this report.
Commissioner Chisholm Burns?
Maybe what we're really getting at is making it more easily available, publicly available. If it already exists and we haven't seen it, even if it's old data or it's hard or it's buried, maybe it's more of a transparency issue to make it more easily public available.
Maybe it's something like ensure that the A through F accountability system is accessible to a variety of stakeholders, including families or something.
It's already law.
Yeah, but it's not being implemented. I think, or that is to say, because of various reasons, it's never happened. It's like I think the notion was there that just to provide an extra bit of impetus to get her done.
Push it along and make sure it does actually come out. Yeah.
Yeah.
You might be nice and again say enjoin the implementation of the rollout, or if you wanted to keep it in there.
I think that we need to figure out a way to get the word enjoin into the title of our report.
Yeah, right.
Enjoin
No,
the
I agree.
Weasley
We're
wording.
keeping track of how many times it's in the report.
But right, enjoin or not to enjoin, that is the question. But the fact is, it already is law. So, what we're supposed to be big and bold about what we're doing here, and we've already said that this has to be done. I mean, the legislature has already said this is what you have to do. Now, if you don't do it, then the legislature will take further action, I'm sure. If we want to encourage the legislature to take further action, well, then that's a horse of a different color.
This is Yolanda. I think we should omit that line item because it has already taken place.
Any disagreement? Any disagreements with that?
I think it's appropriate to delete it because it already is law. The implementation of the law and the execution of the law is up to the executive branch, and the legislature has to move on the executive branch to get it done.
And I agree.
Leading. All right, last one in this section. Commissioner Yolanda Jones, you had proposed a new addition to this set of recommendations to review alignment and preparation requirements from secondary to post-secondary. Is there any other context or information you want to share before we open up for discussion?
I just believe that with that focus of reviewing the alignment is very, very important. So I wanted to include it in this section, but it's pretty much self-explanatory. And I feel like alignment is very, very important and should be a focus.
Dr. Jones, I'm curious, or Commissioner Jones, what currently happens between Tennessee K-12 and post-secondary to align them, or is it mostly coming from the post-secondary given to K-12?
Currently, there is very little alignment unless you're looking at dual enrollment opportunities. But I do feel that going forward, especially after the pandemic, it is going to be important because industries are now looking directly into our high schools, and we're looking to incorporate more programs on the college level into the high schools. So reviewing that alignment as they come out, looking at also the possibilities of having students graduate, and I'm particularly favored to the TCATs at this time. Upon graduating high school, they're also completing their certifications or diplomas. So I'm thinking broadly here, but I do think by reviewing what is currently in place and maybe making some suggestions on enhancing what is in place is important.
Any questions or comments in regards to this addition?
This is Marie Chisholm Burns. Yeah, I have a question. I just want to understand better what you're saying. Is your end goal to make better alignment? And maybe we should just say that instead of reviewing. What is the end goal that you think should happen? Or you think we should look into it because it might be just fine?
Well, currently, maybe review for me is because I don't think there is an alignment other than if you're specifically looking at dual enrollment, but a structure in itself to assist students that's moving from secondary to secondary and planning is not in place. And I think it would be very beneficial to have something like that in place.
So maybe it's creating or it's improving or something like that. Maybe that's the end goal if you don't think it's in place. We can review and do nothing.
Would reevaluate be an acceptable word? You want it reevaluated?
Reevaluate, but I also like creating a structure as well.
Okay.
Does this capture that? I want to make sure I'm capturing what I think I'm hearing you say around, it's really about the students needing to understand how what they're doing in high school does or doesn't align to what their post-secondary goals are, or am I misunderstanding that?
That is correct. I don't think students should just take classes to be taking classes. I think it should be some form of alignment on preparation for completion, just taking classes.
This is Glenn. I love this conversation. I also wonder, post-secondary, why do we stop? Do we have a similar goal around preparing students for industry, for career? How do we know that they're prepared for their career?
Well, I think this is how this will benefit career planning, technical education, also by creating a alignment, so students understand there is a plan of action, whether they're seeking upon graduation, going directly into the workforce, or continuing their education in higher ed.
This is such an important one. It was brought up to me by a stakeholder who deals with thousands of students. The need for better doing this maybe in our senior year, a 1-hour credit class, if you would, to prepare students for post-secondary, the next way out there. So I strongly support doing something around this area here.
I was going to say, we do have in the next priority a recommendation that Commissioner Swift, you suggested, that is this 1-hour course. And this might be a good spot to talk about that as well, because I think there's some overlap between these recommendations.
Right.
Yeah, so Commissioner Swift, in the next priority had made a suggestion to make a new recommendation here to develop a mandatory high school course that supports students in transition to post-secondary, assists with understanding the breadth and requirements of opportunities across TCATs, community colleges, and universities, assisting with application, admissions, financial aid, all those other processes. And that also then results in 1 credit hour post-secondary credit. So that's a super formal course. And then I'm also looking down here at the bottom bullet point that I'm highlighting. We have another recommendation around using mentoring programs to also get at some of that. So there's a lot of overlap here, I think, in what we're talking about. And I think it's just, we need to figure out exactly what we want to say and where it best fits.
I think on the one that y'all are just looking at, you've come to some really good language on that, because it's what we were saying before, at least if you were to just read it, it looked like you were saying that ELA, math, social studies, science, these things were not aligned to higher ed, although those processes already exist, and higher ed faculty have a big input on those 4 issues in high school. So it seems like one is simply kind of a pointing down the road to the other, and not that it necessarily needs to change location. I think you just keep the language that you've edited to, and then you can leave this mandatory high school course where it is, and you're still accomplishing good things.
Dr. Jones, Yolanda Jones, does this kind of long addition here get at what you're looking at, what you were thinking about, or is it slightly different? Is it different in like an important way that we need to make sure we have a couple of recommendations to get at?
I think this course recommendation is a great idea, but I do think it should be on the level of secondary and not post-secondary. But it is not referring to, but I do feel like it's a great idea for preparation for high school students to understand the process a little bit better. So I think that's a course that, especially a 1 credit hour course, because once you get into college, you're not really looking at understanding where you are. So preparatory, I think this would be great on the secondary level.
Sure, each of you probably have dealt with Tennessee Promise, Tennessee Achieves, and it's always eye-opening to me, their knowledge of the processes and what's next, what's a career plan look like. So this would, and a lot of this goes on today in our schools, that's where it goes on. This would just formalize that, and the notion that was brought to me around a 1 credit hour would be a college credit hour. Give every graduate would have a college credit towards their career. Well, that was part of that thinking about the 1 credit hour formalization.
Yep. So do we?
I want to point out a bit of feedback that I'm looking at the scores comments. It's a comment from them. It says, if this course is mandatory for high school graduation, it could unintentionally impact graduation rates. It will also restrict the flexible scheduling needed for students to take advanced courses, such as those participating in dual enrollment. I don't know how to get over that conflict. And I wonder if that would be something, to Yolanda's point about on the previous page. Oops, now I can't get to it. On the previous recommendation to, I don't have it, but whatever the other one was, to
create a structure, one that we're working on.
Yeah.
Yes, and to further explain that, to add an additional course to to a degree program would require every student to have that same particular course, whether they need it or not. So I think, of course, it would definitely benefit a student, but I think that would be something that we could do through CTE on the high school level for them to get that knowledge instead of making it per se a college course after they're already enrolled in college, but something that they can take while they're in high school as well.
To clarify, the other recommendation for the 1 hour course would be a high school course. It's just they're going to earn a college credit that they can take with them after high school.
I think what we want here is we want to encourage kids that are maybe struggling about how to get into TCAT or to college. And it seems to me that kids that are in AP courses or dual enrollment probably don't need this course. They're already on their way. So a dual enrollment course or an AP course could serve in lieu of this particular course for those students.
You know, Chris, I like that. Make it optional, but it's there. I mean, it's formalizing a process that seems to me we owe that to our students. Again, I'm trying to create interest of our students in education. Here's a course that we're offering for those of you that would like to better understand what's out there after I leave high school. And how do I get there? And how do I get there? How do I apply for you're going to have to apply for financial aid. How do I do that?
I think the question is, it doesn't need to be mandatory for every single student.
That's fair.
Fair. You know, it doesn't have to be. It's an optional course that everybody they could have if they want it. And we prepare our teachers or whoever is going to deliver this, how they have that discussion with students.
I think that we would all hope that each high school had an amazing, unbiased college and career counselor that could help lead this.
If you go look at, you know, again, I go back to Tennessee Achieves. They're there. We deal with that every day in those environments. So there's those people out there that know how to do this.
So Kelly, do we need to go back up to the previous one and cover off on that recommendation?
So it currently reads, create a structure to support high school students in aligning their high school coursework and experiences to their post-secondary and career goals.
There you go.
Do we want that and the one we were just discussing around the 1 credit hour course?
I think I put that back to Commissioner Jones, Yolanda Jones, because I felt like this originally was worded in a way that was creating a stronger partnership between post-secondary institutions and the K-12. This is different. So I just want to make sure that this is makes sense for her.
It makes sense for me.
So then the question is, do we need both?
I would say to replace what I originally said with the revised version.
I know the question is, do we need this, create a structure, and develop a class? That's in the next priority.
Well, for me, the class development was not my focus. I mean, as a higher education institution, incorporating additional courses into your program curriculum is not something that's easily done.
Yeah.
And
I think, yeah.
I mean, if your program is 60 hours, you cannot make it 61 hours, or so that's why I was referring to the need for it. And it seems like the content is for someone that is looking to go to college or preparing them to get the knowledge, but not actually a college course once you are there. So we could work with the high schools to incorporate it in a worker ethics course, you know, or something like that. I think it would be better suited there.
So Yolanda, this is where it came to me from in that exact context. This would be when you're in high school. It seemed to fit nicely with the work we're doing to look at the high school that senior year. But now we want to make it an optional class. That's fine, but it's there. It's available. Those of you that have questions about what's next, it'll help you get there.
And it's meant to be at the high school level, not at the college level. It's just that they would earn the way it's written now, which we can certainly change. But the way it's written now is that a high school student would take this course and get 1 credit of post-secondary course credit, sorry. So it wouldn't be adding it to a program of study at a TCAT or at a university or anything like that. It would happen in the high schools.
That's right. It'd be like a dual enrollment, where we would like students to come out of high school with an AA degree, for example. Similar kind of concept. Those that are smart enough and determined enough, they can go get an AA degree while they're in high school.
This is Joey Vaughn. I really like the opportunity for this to be an EPSO. As a high school principal is going to love that. And I think that's important. The first thing that I would ask if I'm a principal is, who's going to pay for this teacher? I'm not saying it's not needed. I agree, and I love that it's an EPSO. But we've talked a lot about funding, and when you create a course, you have to have somebody to teach it, and there has to be some requirements. So that would come with the development. I just wanted to be upfront that the question will be, who's going to pay for the teacher to do this? And it's not just one. You're talking about 400 to 500 or more graduates in a lot of high schools.
And you're also talking about a teacher that's got to have a master's plus 18 and whatever the subject matter is, right? So that there could be a SACS accredited university credit awarded. So you're not going to be able to take, a bachelor's level teacher and have them teach for collegiate credit. If the institution that's going to accept that is going to keep their SACS accreditation.
This is Marie Chisholm Burns, and I'm going to use the word wonder here. I like the ideal, and Nathan, you're right. Just coming from a SACS as a site visitor, you get in all sorts of credentialing at that point. But I wonder, I like the ideal, but I wonder if we're being too prescriptive here and almost kind of extending our scope a little bit too refined. I'm just wondering.
With this one about the course,
Because it could be intertwined in another course. It could be done another way. Leave it up to their creativity.
Can it be just a process instead of a course?
It could be a process, but when we say course, we're getting very specific here.
create a structure to support kids in aligning their high school coursework experiences to their post-secondary career goals, and maybe it's aligning. And
this is when, again, we're supposed to be thinking boldly here. We know that there's a gap between students being prepared today for after high school. We know that they're not utilized totally in high school. We know that there had to be some funding for that. We know that so we got all that. Let's move forward to recommend what we think. How do we go about doing that? Others can help us figure out that. But yeah, be bold about this. We're going to offer you, Johnny and Nancy, an opportunity while you're in high school to get versed on what you need to do, what's after high school. And would you like to be a part of that? We'll prepare you for that.
Well, I think the point that some of the commissions are making is that it doesn't necessarily have to be a course as aligned to here's your course hour at 9 a.m. every Friday for the next semester. There could be an after school program. There could be a summer program. It could be a summer school program or a spring break program. There could be a variety of other ways to serve it, as opposed to as clarifying as a credit hour course. And I think that's what I'm hearing is some of the pushback important for the concept, as opposed to what happens in Greene County versus what happens in Shelby County might be very, very different of the how it comes to life, but still having the opportunity for the students to take advantage of it, of understanding what happens after high school.
I've got two kids right now in college, one sophomore, one freshman, and for the last several years, one of the things that I got asked frequently is whether or not I had hired a counselor to get our kids to college, and it's usually like a $5,000, hiring fee, which is certainly not available. We didn't do it. It's certainly not available to, most of the kids that are in our public school system. The private schools also offer this type of counseling, and it's part of the way that a lot of the kids wind up getting into, good colleges is through these relationships. So a course is great, but you do wonder if maybe it's, just to Commissioner Scarlett's point, whether or not it's a guidance counselor or it's some type of more formal interaction where kids in the public school system get better counseling or ability to apply to college. It's a big investment, and similarly, if they need to go to TCAT, what is it they need to do that? But I think trying to offer the kids that type of a resource would be a big help to the kids in our public school systems.
So as you all
This
been
is
talking,
Todd.
kind of combined the two, so into one. So it now reads, create a structure such as a credit-bearing course, an after-school program, etc., to support high school students in aligning their high school coursework and experiences to their post-secondary and career goals, and assist them with understanding the breadth and requirements of opportunities across all of their different options. So kind of trying to leave a little bit more flexibility in the how. Could be a course, could be an after-school program, etc., but being a bit more specific on what it is that you all are hoping that they are learning and the kind of information that they're having access to. Curious if this kind of threads the needle at all, or if others have questions.
I really like what you had at first. I think adding all that additional language into what we consider the structure is a bit much. I mean, what you had at first, I really liked.
Goals here.
But as far as the course itself, I do feel that that is something, a college course in the number of hours. I don't feel that it necessarily has to be a course for it to be equivalent. I think that's something that can be taught, it's something that can be shared, it's something that can be learned, but it necessarily does not have to be a course.
This is Todd Dixon. The one idea of instead of structure, because I think like what we do at Valor for this is very important, by the way, and I really am glad we're talking about it, but we use a set of standards, and that's what a lot of there's a set of standards that like our college team or our senior teachers or mentors, we need to be able to go through those set of standards, and then we actually put it into multiple different courses across multiple years. So it's not a single course, it's really a set of standards. So I would suggest we like create a set of standards rather than a structure, and then give people the freedom to make sure that they can fill those in different ways. And it could be an after school program, or it could be a course, or it could be across multiple courses. But what I think we want to get to is like, here's the things that we need to make sure every kid does in high school so that they're ready for the next stage. And that's something that could potentially be underlying these.
I like that.
Well, I like that as well. How do you, like, from a policy standpoint, or recommendation standpoint, we're suggesting to create this set of standards. How do we ensure that schools execute that set of standards? How do we add that into this? Because we can create it all day long. We just want people to actually execute on it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was thinking that same thing. Is like there would have to be some mechanism that would show that you'd have to report to the state in some way to say like, we've integrated these standards in this way, within our model.
Because this is hard, let's don't stop here. Let's figure out a way. We all agree this is something that needs to be done. You go again, I look inside of Tennessee Chief, they do it, but it's in after, the student is their senior. That's where it's getting done today, those that go to Tennessee colleges. Tennessee. So let's not stop there. Let's figure out a way to recommend this. It clears all of these hurdles, or at least gets us started down. And the idea of the 1 hour credit was that people would be able to identify it. They'd be able to say, here's the standards, back Todd, to your point. Here's what you get with that quote course.
So maybe, I mean, so if we're making a recommendation to create this set of standards to support high school students and aligning their high school coursework and experiences to their post-secondary and career goals, and maybe there's a phrase at the end of that that's something to the effect of, and develop a process for ensuring
Standards and structure, Kelly, put a structure in that language there. Create standards and a structure to do that.
We do recognize that when we're talking about creating sets of standards in Title 49, the presumption is that these things are going to be academic standards. And I mean, there's already nation's most transparent process in place in terms of the creation of ELA, math, social studies, and science standards. So I'm a little concerned. I think saying set of standards here is going to be a little confusing. Because you really don't want a different set of academic standards for every individual. Because nothing is.
But we do want every individual to understand what happens after high school and give them some level of hope. So what is the best method for us to ensure that high schools are counseling all of our, literally every single one of our students on what it means to have life after high school?
So honestly, the answer to that is the BEP recommendation about counselors. It's already in place where students are supposed to have this attention from their counselors from grade 8 to 12. It simply isn't done because there are not enough counselors to do it. But we've already recognized that, you know, getting those funded at where it's 1 to 350 or instead of 1 to 700 or 1,000. And I don't know, Joey, you tell me what do you think would actually? I look at. Yeah, I'm glad we take the word standards out of there, so nobody's guessing that whole thing has to be redone. But what do you think?
See, I was looking, you're right about the standards and the course. So, and I'm trying to make it work because I like it. As a matter of fact, I worked at high school and basically we created a senior experience, which we call the capstone course. I think that this can be molded. I think that CTE, I think this folds nicely in there. I'm looking at Elizabethton High School and ETSU with an agreement for a capstone experience. I'm looking at Ensworth. I'm looking at Siegel High School, Carnes High School. I think the bones for this is there for it to be, I think it's in place. It's just not something that everybody uses. Does that make sense?
Who could we charge to go develop this concept? Who could the legislature charge? Who could we ask them to go develop this concept? Because it's missing today. Well, it's not uniformly applied out there.
I agree. It's not uniformly applied.
Yeah. And so that was the concept of the course. So, you know, again, though a certain set of students are going to get this, they're going to figure out how to get their own consultants, their own mentors. Others are simply not, or they're not even going to strive. This really ties into what 50% of our students today go on to, you know, college afterwards. Are that a number that we're happy with, or is that a number that students don't know what it's like?
I think Nathan's point that this has already been legislated is an important one. And I guess it's just not been funded or prioritized, even though it's been legislated. And it sounds like to really get this prioritized, what we're going to have to do is make it a course. That will get it prioritized and funded. If we have to pay for teachers and we have to pay for a course, then it will get prioritized.
And Chris, that's how this came to me from one of our stakeholders who, like I said, deals with thousands of students. And this is the observation she had. We're not preparing them for that experience. By the way, a lot of our students don't even seek that experience out because they don't know about it.
Yeah, I would advocate for, if I get a vote here, which I guess I do, I would vote for a course.
I would just add, this is Todd, if we did that we would also want to advocate for some flexibility on the overall high school pathway, because it does cause problems by adding in another required course for lots of different groups, but I'm in agreement. I think it would be a good thing to think about.
Honestly, this could be, we could, just like you're saying, Todd, I mean, kids that are taking dual enrollment courses or AP courses probably wouldn't need this. We could make it part of the English requirement because they're going to be writing emails. They're going to have to write likely a CV, letters to the colleges for their application. So it could be folded as part of an English credit. I do think there could be some flexibility for how this high school course is structured. Yeah,
and the group I'm thinking of, there's some kids that are struggling that use response to intervention pathways, and then they would need they might most need this because that's the group that we most want to make sure they're not forgotten about for post-secondary, and so there might need to be some flexibility on how that works for them. It's less than the ones at the top that are like in the AP classes, etc.
Is there a world where we stick with that, some lesser piece of language and come back with this more strongly in the next report? Instead of, because I don't know, just listening to the discussion over the last 20 minutes or however long it's gone, it's like I'm not sure that you all are conceptually agreeing with each other on everything, and maybe you are, maybe we're almost there. I don't know.
This is Mauritius and Burns. The high school is sort of out of my world. I know a lot about post-secondary education, and this says a high school course. Honestly, I just don't have, I would need more information to contribute to make a vote of yes. And if I was forced to vote now, I probably would abstain from voting because I just don't know this world, but it does seem like it might. I just wonder if there's another way to do this. But I philosophically, I like the concept because we wanted to hit all, and that's why, Joey, I'm sort of interested now that we're back to a course. How does that set with you?
This is Commissioner Rothermel. We actually, our urban league over here in Knoxville does the same sort of thing. So obviously there's a big need for it, but it's not for every student. So we have to figure that out too.
That's what I was fixing to say. This is not for every student, or every kid has different needs. Now my mind went to this place, and Commissioner Gresham, I bet had something to do with this when she was still in the legislature. The civics, every student has to pass a civics test. There is a set curriculum, and there is an exam. I wonder if this could be funneled in, Commissioner Swift, I'm not sure how, I'm trying to decide if there's enough material for every kid to have the same class, or can it be funneled down, filtered down to the point where it could be something like we've done with civics, and it may not be enough there.
I'm gonna kind of raise what Nathan just said. I'm hearing there's like lots of energy around this, not as much consensus on what specifically we want to recommend, and so wondering if it makes sense to very much keep this topic on the table in year 3, but take it out from the year 2 report until we've had a little bit more time to do some research, deliberate amongst ourselves, and come up with something that everybody feels really, really solid about. I'm also looking at the time and knowing we have a few more things to get through.
I think that's a good idea given the lengthy conversation we've been having, because there's clearly a lot of interest, but
yeah,
lack consensus. So Kelly, can we go back to the previous one so we can go ahead and finalize that priority recommendation,
So we would
please?
be deleting this for now, putting it on the table for year 3. Is that?
That is correct. So with that being said, I would be entertaining a motion to change the language, or entertaining a motion under priority that states optimize capacity for flexible, high quality school options. Second sub priority, change the language of the second bullet from strongly encourage to enjoin. Enjoin educator prep programs to incorporate best practices for multiple modes of delivery, including remote instruction, into their instruction and/or field experiences for all teachers. We remove under the fourth bullet, same sub priority, we removed the added sentence, which was ensure the textbook and instruction material quality commission retains oversight of all curriculum material. And then we also removed one or two. We just removed review alignment and preparation requirements from secondary to post-secondary. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept all of those changes to this priority.
It's Chris Jones. I so move.
Is there a second?
Wanda, second.
Excellent. Casey, would you mind taking roll, please?
Commissioner Burns,
Approve.
Commissioner Dixon,
I approve.
Commissioner Gresham,
Approve.
Commissioner Chris Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Yolanda Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Rothermel,
Approve.
Commissioner Swift,
Approve.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Approve.
Madam Chairman.
Approved.
Madam Chairman, you have 9 ayes.
Excellent. And this brings us to lunch. So we've got 15 minutes for lunch. You are welcome to go get your lunch and bring it back. I apologize that time is limited. That's not really enough time for you to really digest anything. Welcome to bring it back and eat in front of the camera. That's totally cool too. But I'm really would like for all of us to get through these reports.
So thanks for the good news and thanks for the bad news.
So I suggest you go get some food and we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you all very much.
All right. Okay, so we are moving on to the next priority, which is redesign high school to ensure students have access to flexible pathways to college and career. We already addressed the bottom item, which was the course, in the last part of our conversation. So we just need to deal with these top two. So the first piece is a recommendation from Commissioner Scarlett to eliminate the specific reference to TCATs in the recommendation that reads evolve all high schools to offer multiple pathways for students, including both a technical credential pathway and a 2 or 4 year degree pathway, etc. Commissioner Scarlett, did you want to provide some additional context here?
Yeah, my point on that, and I remember seeing some comment from someone about it as well, was what if, oh, where did this go? What if there are other opportunities besides TCAT? What if it's a Google credential, or what if it's, the next company credential? What if it's a Ford credential? Like, what are the other technical credentials that might exist out there, as opposed to just pigeonholing us into only TCATs? Not, Yolanda, not to say that TCATs are amazing, they are. But I'm just trying to think about what are the other things for us to consider. And I do.
I don't agree with that because we're mentioning community colleges and universities, correct? You're saying 2-year schools. Would you prefer saying technical colleges or something like that?
I mean, it just says a technical credential pathway. So I think there's a variety of technical credential pathways. It's not only a TCAT.
But we also, okay. Well, I think
that was just my point.
You're mentioning your 2-year and 4-year institutions. So to exclude TCATs, which are state, to me, is a problem because we're focusing on state institutions, correct?
I don't know the answer to that question. Are we only focusing on state institutions? I mean, why wouldn't we want to, why wouldn't we want all opportunities for kids?
I think one way to maybe get there is to wrap it around the pursuit of a post-secondary credential, irrespective
Including and
of
not limited to?
institution type,
Right.
with the understanding that post-secondary credential can be achieved by any post-secondary work after high school.
So should we say technical college or, I mean, I understand not saying possibly TCAT. But should we say, I just want the technical college, whether it be public or private, to be included in the conversation.
I'm not saying it shouldn't be included in the conversations. I'm just suggesting there could be other opportunities that businesses will be seeking that are not included in the current institutions listed here.
Oh, so you're saying not to exclude TCAT, but add additional opportunities.
Right. Which have yet to be identified, right? And so Lou, you know, unfortunately, I think that you spoke fast and no one got whatever you said, but your words sounded good. I just didn't write them down. Sorry. You're really
No,
good
it's
with
just that-
words
No,
between bites.
you could restructure that language around kind of where you've gone here, which is pathways towards a post-secondary and or industry credential, you know, and then you can kind of remove the sector-specific language, because we're predicating all of this that anything after post-secondary is anything after high school is college. And so if you're getting a jump on those pathways or those credentials, it's post-secondary.
Right.
Can I ask what we mean here? So we're evolving high schools to offer multiple pathways for students, including technical credential pathway. Do you mean that they're accomplishing these same things at the same time, or do you mean in preparation to do one or in preparation to do the other? Because I can read that a bunch of different ways.
So in our conversations, we wanted to have opportunities for kids to go anywhere, regardless of where that might be. So right now, and historically, there's been either one path or two paths, right? Or three paths, right? So originally it was just, you get out of school and you get into a job. And then it moved into, you get out of school and you go to, you get two different options, right? You get into a vocational pathway or a post-secondary pathway. And that became a massive problem from a vulnerable student standpoint, because too many biased adults were counseling vulnerable students down the vocational pathway, which in the past was not a well-paid pathway, very different in today's world. And or you could go down directly into a career or into college. And as we were talking about this, there's so many different pathways that, as I remember saying, the question is, how do we really look at a tree of pathways that exists for high schools and help counsel students down whatever pathway makes sense for them based on their interests and aptitudes.
So there's also a SCORE's response, by the way, here is the K-12 system should prepare all students for college and career. This creates a false binary. All students should be exposed to a variety of courses, and leaders should increase the connections between high school and both career and college for all students. Also remembering some of this conversation in the context of that the TCAT was also very specifically mentioned because it being arguably, at least in terms of placement, the most successful of our education options, that the idea was not to incentivize high schools to create a competing program with something that already works and is kind of number one in the country at what they do. And so I'm kind of remembering that part, but I'm still kind of unclear about whether we're talking about a pathway to prepare or a pathway to accomplish simultaneously. In the second bullet, it's very clear we're saying everyone should have the opportunity to do both at the same time. But in the first one, I'm still quite lost.
And I think for the first bullet, for me, when students primarily go to get counseling to pursue higher education, I don't agree that the first school that they mention is not a TCAT. It's always generally focused on a four-year university. Commonly, when they say college, that's what they're referring to. So I think spelling it out that there are other options other than, which four-year universities are great, but there's also community colleges and there are also technical colleges. So
there's also credentials that are not currently within our college system that companies are more and more today gravitating towards. And I think that if we're just going to handcuff ourselves to only the big systems, I think it'll become a bit of a challenge. But to Nathan's point, and to your point, Yolanda, I think that the challenge you run across is that kids are getting counseled into pathways that may or may not make sense for them.
I guess the question is I'm Senator XYZ, and I have a seat on finance, I have a seat on the education committee, and I take point number one, what am I going to do? What do I do with it? And that's not to say, obviously.
I mean, it's like you're asking a
it.
question right now, Nathan, that I don't know that any one of us have an answer to. And I would go back to us trying to lean into being more innovative. You know, we don't have a system set up that's really thinking about how to redesign high school. We have a system set up to have high school the exact way we've had it for the past 100 years. And what we're proposing in these recommendations as a whole is to think about high school differently.
Because, you know, I know that in Upper East Tennessee, for example, I think it's Washington County, and it's one of the counties up there. They're right now moving forward with what they're calling a middle college, where it is the TCAT, the community college, and the high school all in one place or on one campus. And so that all of these, which kind of speaks to the second one. So I think they're, folks are certainly ready to innovate. I guess the reason I posed it that way was not to be challenging or impertinent or unpleasant. It's just to say, how do I answer that question? Because invariably I'm going to be in a member's office, and I just don't know how that one gets translated into.
This is Marie Chisholm Burns. Nathan, I understand the difficulty here with this. What do you do with that? But I want to go back to that model that you talked about, and I wish my brain was operating enough where I could think about it. There's a couple of those I know around the country where you have the 4-year college degree, and you look, over at another building, you have vocational, and they're all eat lunch together, and everybody's there on the same campus. But that certainly couldn't be all high schools. That's just a model of how one place innovated it. I guess where I get caught up in this is all high schools, and I know we want some standardization. I just don't know how to, and I hear what has been said. It's not our deal to operationalize it. I just can't envision what this looks like. If somebody can help me envision, what should this look like?
This is Commissioner Rothermel. Shouldn't all the kids be assessed periodically throughout their lives. And so clearly, if you're more inclined to take one of those particular pathways, then the high school should assist you along that pathway, is how I saw this.
Other countries have done this for a long time. And I'm speaking from a place of ignorance here, but I believe that Germany has a long-standing history of this. I'd be curious. I don't know. I'd be curious how they do it. I don't know that we need to reinvent the wheel.
Germany has all their students take a test basically around 13 or 14, and from there it's determined whether they're going to be groomed to allowed to be good going to the university, or then they take another special test. It's called the Abitur, and so they go from there to the Hauptschule, which is their high school that begins at basically where we would start 7th grade, and then for college preparation they go to a place. At least they did. There's been some modifications in the last 10 years or so. There's the gymnasium that is more kind of a college prep, but a lot of that system makes a decision in your career based on where you are at 12 or 13 or 14. So to looking at the German system, and that's obviously there's been some desire to resist making lifetime decisions. That it was somewhat, America's system is somewhat more ecumenical, maybe we would say, or opportunity based. So.
This is Glenn. If I could interject, what I received from one of the stakeholders, a chancellor of a very large state institution, indicating that they're going through a review now of their majors and their minors with the intention of carving out certificates, more certificates, to get at specifically what industry wants versus what we're now offering after for 100 years kind of thing. So I think this is moving here. This is going forward, and we're going to try to evolve into serving what careers that meet what the needs of the students really want. So that's going on at least a very large state institution that I met with.
What if you just added the words including micro-credentialing? Because that's sufficiently amorphous that it could come from.
Does that answer your original question, Nathan, about what you would answer when you walk into a legislative office?
Say again?
Does it answer your original question of what do I do when I walk into a legislative office and they ask me what to do with this recommendation? And it might make sense for us to walk through every single one of our recommendations at some point and ask ourselves the same question.
That's up to you.
Don't we be aware that this is going on and encourage that more and more? Our institutions are trying to get linked up with industry, with their careers. That's what's going on. So I don't know that we need anything else other than to be supportive of that.
What are micro credentials?
So they're industry certifications. It's basically sort of getting a mini course on a particular thing. So it's learning a specific skill without necessarily having a broader degree in where that micro credential would be encapsulated.
Got it. Thanks.
For example, supply chain. Do you really need to know all the capabilities for understanding supply chain and leading supply chain? Probably not. So this institution is looking at how they would carve some of that out into a certificate.
And there's other ones too called stackable credentials, which you could go in, supply chain management, for example, you could go in and take a credential on one particular area that you wanted to potentially get a job in, and then maybe you have an opportunity to expand your role and you can take another micro credential, and those can build over a period of time.
Then you can represent you have the skills. Yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner Dixon.
Thanks. Sorry about that. I just wanted to I'm not sure if others are wrestling with this, but I think about, I was a high school principal for a long time too, and thinking about just how complex and big, like if we're going to ask every high school to do all of those things well, the risk of the complexity of each high school. And I wonder, especially like in some smaller districts, or if it would make sense to, have one high school focus on a couple of those things and another high school focus on a couple and get really good at those. And so if we should maybe say evolve all districts or instead of high schools, but I just worry about like at that level of complexity for each high school is going to lead to lower quality on each of those programs. So, or it could potentially.
Yeah, I like that. You could almost have like a technical magnet school as an example, like, we do with languages or arts. I think it's great.
All right, we've made some adjustments to language here, the one we just discussed. Are we feeling, Commissioner Scarlett, does this address your original suggestion, and is this acceptable?
Yes, it is on my side.
Simply put, why wouldn't we be supportive? This is going on. Why wouldn't we be supportive before that's happening?
Mr. Swift, could you repeat yourself? I'm not sure I understood what you're saying.
Yeah. Credentialing certificates, taking what traditionally has been a major, if you would, or a minor at a four-year institution, looking inside your, in your curriculum and what it would take to have a certificate that's in demand by industry and have those skills to have that. That's what was shared with me is going on. It seems like that would be that multiple path, that would get us to that multiple path.
Okay, are we ready to move to the next question? All right, I think we are. If we need to come back, we
Yes.
can. Commissioner Yolanda Jones suggested adding a new recommendation to fully fund dual enrollment courses for high school juniors and seniors and expand dual enrollment courses to include qualified freshmen and sophomores. So this includes both funding for dual enrollment as well as expansion down to cover all of the high school grades. We did get a piece of feedback from the Department of Education recommending that we not include freshmen in this. And a piece of the rationale there was that if ninth grade students aren't really prepared to do college level work, engaging in a dual enrollment course could jeopardize their GPAs, because that course would be particularly rigorous and would count. And so just sharing that feedback for your consideration. And Commissioner Jones, would you like to provide some additional context?
I'm so sorry. 10th grade would be fantastic with me, 10th through the 12th. So I would love, I will be happy to meet anyone, anywhere. If 10th grade sounds great.
Very good. Any other comments or questions here in response to this new recommendation?
This is Joey Vaughn. I think some of the dual enrollment courses are paid for. It dips into the Tennessee Promise money. And that's what's limiting some. So I like that we're giving them more opportunities, but that's kind of what's happening now is you can only take so many because of Tennessee Promise only pay for so much. So I think this would expand this, right, Dr. Jones?
It would definitely expand the funding options for the students so they're not limited.
So Commissioner Vaughn, would you want to separate this out from Tennessee Promise? Is there more to the funding piece that you'd like to make explicit?
I'm just wondering if this, if within the Tennessee Promise guidelines, if that is part of law or how that was formed. I just don't want to overstep our boundaries. I think we may need to see what the limitations are, if there are, on Tennessee Promise.
Lou might be able to speak to that, but I know there's bills expanding that all the time. It's all of that subject is certainly within our bounds to talk about under legal.
I think to follow up on that, and, you know, Yolanda Jones or Dr. Jones and I have clearly been in some form of mind meld for the last 9 months. We are aggressively working on this very same kind of language. And as far as the fiscal accommodations for it, you know, we're not there, but we're not far from a time where we could really begin to think creatively about opening up those coffers. I think that the borrowing down from Promise is not something that goes on right now. You borrow against that first year of hope scholarship. And so the Promise, ultimately, you would not disenfranchise a community college and or a TCAT student, because Promise is there and available fully for a student upon graduation. And so from that perspective, you are opening up additional avenues for the student. I think I agree with the Department of Education on the 9th grade, you know, being qualified for the purposes of the traditional dual enrollment. I think there are some prereqs that you gain in 9th and 10th grade that would preclude you from, say, taking pre-cal. However, I think on the TCAT track and the CTE coursework, in my conversations with folks, that there is some appetite for looking at the Intro to Advanced Manufacturing. Some of those early courses, particularly if you look at the GIVE Act, which is the first 4 courses in that program of study, you can move those courses down, and you basically position a student to graduate with a TCAT credential as opposed to a third of the way through, which would be transformative for our students.
And some of those courses referring to are like safety courses where you're learning how to be safe and things like that. And so I'm definitely in agreement.
So am I hearing we want to put the 9th grade back, potentially?
I would love to have the 9th grade, but I will take 9th or 10th.
Curious if others have strong feelings about 9th or 10th or a cutoff here, or anything else related to this recommendation.
I generally think 9th shouldn't be in there, although it does say qualified. So I do think there's, you know, the exceptional 9th grader that might be ready. So it just depends on what qualified meant.
And I will add this, the qualifications for a student to come to a TCAT and the qualifications for a student to go to a university, and even so, sometimes a community college, are quite different. So sometimes choosing a technical path for some, where we can work with a student and build them up and they can make a livable wage that far reaches their their desires. So I think there is a difference in what our expectations as far as we meet the student and we can take them where they need to be instead of having them already prepared for them to perform. So I think that's one of the differences. Another difference is as far as our faculty and our instructors, we do not have the limitations that some higher ed institutions have as far as their requirements. We look more at experience than we do actual education. So I'm referring back to the conversations that we had before when they did list at a TCAT for credentialing, they may have been referring to the qualifications on finding appropriate faculty to teach certain credentials with the qualifications. I'm not sure, but that may have been one of the factors as well.
Any other comments here? Are we comfortable with this one? All right, I'm seeing a few thumbs up. I believe that that is it for this priority. So Commissioner Scarlett.
Excellent. Well, so I'm going to ask for a motion under priority redesign high school to ensure students have access to flexible pathways to college and career. Rewording the first one to state, evolve all districts to offer multiple pathways towards post-secondary credentials and degrees, including industry certification programs, micro-credentials, TCATs, community colleges, four-year institutions, and other opportunities, with integration to allow students to move along pathways if one isn't a good fit, and evolve funding streams to mitigate disincentives for the K-12 or post-secondary systems to enable flexibility for students. I'm sure there's a way for us to simplify the wording in that one.
I think you need to say that one more time. One more time.
Okay. I'm thinking that we need to before we get into emotion, I feel like we might need to rephrase this a little bit. Like maybe we just stop with after other opportunities.
I mean, that's fine. I think we have had some pretty substantive conversation around the incentives and disincentives across.
Incentives, yes, I forgot about the incentives. Okay. All right, I shall read it again. Start over. Looking for a motion. For under the priority redesign high school to ensure students have access to flexible pathways to college and career. The first bullet has been rephrased to state, evolve all districts to offer multiple pathways towards post-secondary credentials and degrees, including through industry certification process. Sorry, does someone just have a question? No, okay. Through industry certification programs, micro-credentials, TCATs, community colleges, four-year institutions, and other opportunities, with integration to allow students to move along pathways if one isn't a good fit, and evolve funding streams to mitigate disincentives for the K-12 or post-secondary system in enabling flexibility for students. The third bullet will remain.
It's a new recommendation since they last voted. Yeah.
Fully fund dual enrollment courses for high school juniors and seniors and expand dual enrollment courses to include qualified freshmen and sophomores. Those are the only changes. And then we deleted the fourth bullet,
the 1 hour
which was
course.
Develop a mandatory high school course.
Correct.
Commissioner Rothermel so moves.
Excellent.
Second, this is Yolanda.
Thank you. Casey, can I get you to roll call, please?
Commissioner Burns,
I approve.
Commissioner Dixon,
I approve.
Commissioner Gresham,
Approve.
Commissioner Chris Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Yolanda Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Rothermel,
Approve.
Commissioner Swift.
Just want to clarify, what are we going to do with the 1 hour class concept?
Come back to it.
We've decided to push that as part of our discussion for the for next year. We decided that when we were going through the previous priority.
I just want to make sure that's still on our radar. We're going to deal with that.
Yes, it is still on the radar. We'll be managing through that conversation.
Okay, I approve of what you're recommending.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Approve.
Madam Chairman.
Approved.
Madam Chairman, you have 9 ayes.
Excellent. Thank you all. We'll move on to the next priority, please.
All right, so the next priority is streamline post-secondary systems to facilitate lifelong learning. And there was just one piece of feedback. I apologize, I'll pull up the report here in a minute because I know this is super tiny. But there was one piece of feedback that Commissioner Gresham had around the priority related to addressing students as non-tuition costs in post-secondary, which reads, Not highlight it. Here we go, this one. Establish multi-sector, multi-focused initiatives and policies designed to address students' non-tuition based needs, including textbook and inclusive access fees, non-tuition fees like auxiliary costs, and other success inhibiting costs around food security, transportation, and childcare. Commissioner Gresham, is there any context you'd like to add to the feedback here?
Thank you. I just had a problem with moving from education to social work. You know, I know that institutions have programs or have developed local initiatives by which they assist students with food or sometimes transportation, and the institution has done that on their own. I'm not sure that it's our business to provide childcare, food, transportation, all these things when we're not focusing on the academics. Maybe that sounds hard, but I don't see that as our mission. But that's not to say that, like I said before, institutions do that on their own. And I've seen that do it, especially at MTSU, where it's quite a sophisticated system by which the institution assists students with some difficulties. But I don't think that's part of higher ed. That was all.
So is your suggestion to remove this bullet entirely, or to just remove this last phrase around other success inhibiting costs, such as food security, transportation, and childcare?
Well, the established multi-stakeholder, again, that puts us in charge of collaborating and establishing organizations to do this kind of thing, and makes it our obligation. You can encourage, and I would think that would be a good word for this. You would encourage multi-stakeholders to do this kind of thing, and have that on their own. But if I put require or establish, that means I'm going to pay for it, or somehow the state is going to incur some cost to somebody's child care when we're in the business of educating people, not social work.
So I made that language change at the outset. Thank you for that voiceover. Is there questions or comments from others?
What if we said encourage and provide support for, and then at the beginning of that bullet, and then stop the sentence after the word costs. So it would end with and other success inhibiting costs, and then that way we would let each local area determine what those success inhibiting costs might include.
If you use the word provide again, that means I'm going to send you money.
Well,
that means I'm going to provide support. I don't know what provide support means, but anytime that you use provide, it means you're going to pay. You're going to pay some. There's going to be money involved.
Yeah, I totally agree.
So
And if we just use the word support, then I think that's an obligation for us to fully fund. But if we say and provide support for, that means we may ask the state to provide some costs, some money.
Okay. Well, you could also do encourage collaboration of multi-stakeholders, etc. But you want to send money. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think some money. I don't maybe not all the money, but some money, yeah.
Well, then how do you determine how much money you're going to spend? you know, when we're saying encourage.
Yeah, it's a great question, Senator Gresham. I think, right now we're at 44th in spending per student in the United States, so we're not where we need to be. I think what I would say if I was in charge of this is I would want to look at the programs as an example, high performing ones like the one you mentioned in MTSU, see how many people they're helping, how many students they're able to keep in per dollar spent, and then encourage programs like that by providing some funding to them.
And I definitely agree. Our students come to us with a variety of barriers and needs, and to have that additional support for success, sometimes access, it would be wonderful,
Well, it would be wonderful if you paid my entire way through college, but I'm trying to keep focused on our mission of education. And if folks need some assistance, there are people who will do that. And we should encourage that. But I don't think it's our obligation to do that.
Oh gosh, Senator Gresham, in the history of the world, nobody's ever washed a rented car. And I think the worst thing we could do would be to take all costs away from these students. People just don't value things that they haven't worked towards. And I know you believe that, and I do too. But, we also have to recognize that there are some people that, ultimately $10 worth of gas money may make the difference between a degree or not for them. And so I think, you mentioned earlier, and I thought it was a great point, that letting local leaders decide some of these local decisions is great. And if MTSU has a program where they identify a student who's short on, I don't know, gas money, childcare, milk money for $20-30 a month, and they want to give that to them, I think that's a small investment with a large return.
This is Joey Vaughn. When I read this, my first thought was when we talked about our K-12 students' well-being, we weren't nearly as specific as we're being with this one. And it's kind of this, there are different needs, but there are similar needs. So I'm just concerned by being so specific with text. Our comment there was incentivize partnerships between education systems and existing support systems to help understand. I mean, I'm just wondering if the support's there in places and it needs to be.
Okay. Incentivize, I like that. The question that we were talking about, well, we ought to send some money. Well, how do you determine what some money is? Well, in which case, if what you want to do is send some money, then you can create a grant program for that. So that makes it competitive. So MTSU says, okay, we'd like to apply for a grant because this is what we're doing. And so you say, okay, you have achieved a certain degree of success. We want to build on that. And so you grant an amount of money, which, legislature has to determine how much that's going to be. But then you have it competitive. You're building on success. You have the institution take the initiative to put in to apply for a grant program. I can do that. You can say incentivized by a state grant, to encourage multi-stakeholder, et cetera. I can do that.
So create a state grant program to incentivize multi-stakeholder, multi-focused initiatives and policies designed to address students' non-tuition based needs. And then I changed including to such as, so that it gives a little bit more option for whatever the local university might want to do.
Right. And MTSU, who's so successful at this, may not even put in for the grant program because they're doing such a good job, and I doubt it seriously, but they don't, need to do any more. And some other institutions may not take the initiative at all. So this way, it makes it, somebody has to say, hey, we need some help with this. This is how good we're doing. Help us do this. So yeah, I'm good with that.
Any other thoughts on this one? Right.
All right, so
This is the only
yes.
one. Yeah.
It is,
I
there,
am here.
there was some score feedback, but it's not on an issue of contention at the moment. Do you want it surfaced or not?
Do you want to address it anyway?
We can, and actually I'd like Lou to take it on under expand existing models of on-time completion, in particular, moving to full-time enrollment being 15 hours rather than 12, and evolve financial aid programs to support this shift. SCORE said instead of changing the definition of full-time and thereby mandating that all students take 15 hours per term, consider instead incentivizing more students to take 15 hours by establishing a 15 to finish initiative, which is kind of what we talked about at the very beginning. For example, Tennessee Promise students enroll in 15 hours could be eligible for completion grant for the cost of the final 3 credit hours could be waived. For students unable to balance a 15 credit hour course load with their work, family, and other responsibilities, this proposed change could lead them to drop out instead of continuing to pursue a degree. I wanted to ask Lou if he could address any facts or circumstances around that.
I would just say this, we'll have a hard time kind of imposing a 15-hour minimum requirement until the Fed does the same. So the federal guidance around full-time, for a semester is still 12. What we have tried to do is incent students to take 15 hours, which would put them into a posture of graduating on time. And so I agree with SCORE that we should absolutely incentivize, the pursuit of 15 hours. I'm not 100% on board with the completion grant. I think that the more successful models of this have been, those programs wherein a student pays for 15 and then takes whatever they like. What the University
Which is what
of
UT
Tennessee
is doing at the time, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I think if you go back to the original versions of this that were rolled out by UT, what they have seen is over time, the number of courses, the course load taken up by students has increased. They're not required to take 15, but they are paying for 15. And in the case of, certainly Promise students, it's the state that's paying. And so the idea of fully funding the financial aid portion or the tuition portion of a student's pursuit towards a degree, and then after completing that degree on the state dole, we give them another grant, will be a hard sell depending on where those funds are being seen to come from. That being said, every effort should be made to incent on-time completion. If you are a 4-year institution student, that saves you a year's worth of cost of attendance. If you're at a community college, that saves you a full semester to a year's worth of cost of attendance. That is significant dollars, both from the state, which usually provides financial aid up to a year beyond on-time graduation, but also to the individual because of all of those soft costs that we were discussing in the last bullet.
And on the question of it increasing the number of dropouts, has that happened?
I don't know that I've seen that happen. They may have data to that effect, both from my short time, during that program when I was at UT, and then since, everything I've heard is really been focused on the increased uptake of students taking more hours and the, quicker time to persistence towards a degree, which again is a function of cost savings. I think the more we can incent it, the more students will get it into their minds that on-time completion means just that. If you're at a 2-year school, you graduate in 2 years. If you're at a 4-year school, it's 4. Right now, we have 3- and 5-year institutions, even though we don't call them that.
So it looks like the language that she's got there would work perfectly.
Does that address? Commissioners, any questions, thoughts, concerns about this change?
Okay. So with that being said, so we have 2 changes to this section. So this is under, I'll be looking for a motion under the priority streamline post-secondary systems to facilitate lifelong learning. The first change is a rewording of the fifth bullet, I think. Sixth bullet to state incentivize students to take 15 credit hours per semester rather than 12 to improve on-time completion. The second language change is under the second sub-priority, which is to create a state grant program to incentivize multi-stakeholder, multi-focused initiatives and policies designed to address students' non-tuition based needs, such as textbook and inclusive access fees, non-tuition fees, auxiliary costs, and other success inhibiting costs. With that, I would ask for a motion to approve these changes to this priority.
Dolores Gresham makes a motion.
Joey Vaughn seconds.
Excellent. Casey, would you mind calling the roll?
Commissioner Burns,
Approve.
Commissioner Dixon,
I approve.
Commissioner Gresham,
Approved.
Commissioner Chris Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Yolanda Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Rothermel,
Approve.
Commissioner Swift. Approve. Commissioner Vaughn.
Approve.
Madam Chairman?
Approve.
Madam Chairman, you have 9 ayes.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Nicely done, everyone. We'll move on to the next one.
All right, excellent. And just to give you a sense of where we are, we have 2 more priorities to talk through and then a few odds and ends on this report, and then we'll move to the year 1 addendum. Which, you know, I don't know how much commentary or discussion we need to have on that. So we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But we're on the priority reading strengthen alignment across K-12 post-secondary and workforce career systems. And Commissioner Chris Jones provided some feedback requesting that we revisit and make more specific the recommendations in this priority. And you'll see the recommendations below that are currently in this priority. Commissioner Chris Jones, I would invite you to provide some voiceover context if you would like.
Yeah, surely, and I'll be quick about it. The second bullet in particular, align incentives across K-12 and post-secondary public funding systems, et cetera. It sounds like an outcome to me. I have to say, I'm not sure how we achieve, what are the steps that we take in a concrete fashion to align incentives. We talked about this a little bit ago with the creating of the course that would help students get to either college or TCAT or community college. But I'm not sure how we, and maybe others know how we would, but I'm not sure what it means to align incentives. Like, how do we actually do that? I don't know. Does it make it so that every kid with a 3.0 GPA in high school automatically gets into a state college? Does it mean that records automatically transfer without them having to fill out a common application? I just don't know what those steps are that creates a quote aligned incentives.
For context, I think a fair amount of the conversation around this particular priority focused on funding and a perception that there was a disincentive, particularly within the K-12 system, to support and encourage students moving on to post-secondary earlier than, completing 13 full years of K-12 education. So an interest in pushing for rethinking the funding systems between those two systems. So there wouldn't be a funding disincentive in particular within the K-12 system, or a funding disincentive around transfers between different types of institutions in the post-secondary system. That was the conversation that we had around this particular recommendation.
Just so I'm clear, right now, if a kid leaves high school early, that is a financial disincentive for the high school?
So the funding system for the K-12 system is quite complicated, as I'm sure anyone who's been paying attention to what's happening in the General Assembly right now knows. But a fundamental sort of building block to that system is the number of students who are enrolled in the district. So if a student is no longer enrolled in the district, that creates a funding disincentive.
It also affects graduation rate, and it also affects, for example, average ACT or SAT scores. Because if we had a bill called "Move On When Ready," which this sounds like, and what would happen is that the youngster who was so successful, without meaning to, obviously, would have an impact on that school's graduation rate, on that school's average ACT, SATs, and so something that was good for the student kind of made the school look bad, which is not good, but gave a false picture. So I remember getting some pushback on that particular bill because of that. But I would see then the goal here would be to somehow hold harmless, for heaven's sake, hold harmless a school or a district who would have a number of students move on when they were ready, or at least have some kind of reward for this success. So it's all good, but sometimes it has some unusual impacts.
This is Glenn. This kind of reminds me of one of my interviews with a teacher stakeholder, and the notion of innovation in the classroom and teacher directed or supported innovation. And I was told very straightforward, that's not something they encourage to do. They get penalized if things don't work well. Oftentimes innovation is not going to prove out right away. So absolutely, we got to somehow deal with this, that this is, if a student's ready to move on, they need to move on. If they're moving, go ahead and support that. And what does the school do to get better positions so that they stay? So I completely understand, Senator Grisham, what you're talking about there.
So if we could design some kind of reward or award to a school or to a district that has these that they have done such a good job that the youngster has moved on earlier than their peers, well, all that is really good. So perhaps there should be some kind of recognition or acknowledgement of the success of that particular school district, notwithstanding the fact that now that the youngster is no longer enrolled there, they don't get that allowance.
I think that incentivizing them in that, this is my fear, incentivizing that manner, Senator, is that certain communities, and I can only think about this like in Nashville versus, so Davidson County, which is Nashville versus Williamson County. I'm going to have to guess that many kids in Williamson County would probably be able to accelerate forward faster than the overwhelming majority of students in Davidson County. And that's just looking at the vulnerable population. And so I wonder if we create an unknown bias in that situation from a reward standpoint.
Maybe we make a statement. It's not our intention to just reward somebody for doing the right thing. Could be innovation, could be early graduation, could be moving on. That's not our intention to penalize that school district.
It is kind of the biggest barrier to all of this early graduation and incentive discussion. Because if you think about it, someone meets all the criteria that they need to meet. They're 16 years of age. and where everyone else is a sophomore with 2 more years, translated into, $6,000 to $8,000 per year for the school system. That money doesn't come to them because the child has moved on when ready. And so what all of this speaks to is, I mean, some of you are on various subcommittees in terms of the funding formula changes that may take place. Removing these disincentives is it's imperative if you want to actually have any of these innovations come to fruition. Because the way it goes with education reform is you have to have your altruism and your funding going down the same highway at the same speed. And if one of those things breaks off, it won't come together. So it's a big deal. We don't have to answer every question, but
So
it's
since
also unfair to not mention it.
since we're a committee, this is Glenn, since we're a committee about innovation after we recover, shouldn't we make these observations? And somehow that's something we may not have the answer, but we need to make sure that that's taken into account, that as you do innovation, you're not always going to be right. And so we need to make sure we don't penalize a school district for trying and not making it come out right.
Encourage them to fail forward.
Yep. Fail forward fast.
That's good wording that I'm seeing being typed up there.
Yeah, I think that's a good addition, Kelly.
I agree with that.
You're very masterful in your words.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on this priority? I have recently been informed that I don't have to read all of these. I can just ask if you guys will approve what's on the screen. So I'm not going to blubber my way through the second bullet here as I have in the past, but I will ask for this priority to strengthen alignment across the K-12 post-secondary workforce systems. If I can get a motion to approve what you see on the screen.
This is Mauritius and Burns. I make the motion to approve what's on the screen.
Second.
Second.
I think I got a Delora second, if I'm not mistaken. Senator Gresham. With that,
Yes.
Casey, would you mind taking the roll?
Commissioner Burns,
Approve.
Commissioner Dixon,
I approve.
Commissioner Gresham,
Approved.
Commissioner Chris Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Yolanda Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Rothermel,
Approve.
Commissioner Swift,
Approve.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Approve.
Madam Chairman.
Approve.
Madam Chairman, you have 9 ayes.
Oh, that is fantastic, everyone. We have gotten through. Oh no, never mind. We got one more. I'm so sorry. I was almost ready to
Okay,
celebrate.
hopefully, fingers crossed, this one will be quick. So this last priority is incentivize locally led innovation. And we heard from a couple of you with a desire to potentially expand, develop this one a little bit more fully. And given the kind of breadth of this topic and the wide variety of different approaches that the commission could take to make additional recommendations, we are proposing kind of keeping what already exists in the report. So with that bullet point recommendation that you see on the screen there in the gray box, and putting kind of any sort of additions or revisions on the table for year 3. So we'll come back to this and we can make it more specific. We can add to it. We can make sure it goes far enough, but not trying to do that now. Curious, both Commissioner Chris Jones and Commissioner Swift, the feedback specifically came from you. Want to see if you're comfortable with that, and then can open up for discussion.
I was noticing that we still had an hour left, so I thought that would have been great. But if y'all don't want to, that's fine.
Well, we're not quite done yet. There's some like overarching stuff we've got to talk through too.
We need you to actually read the addendum to report 1 to all of us over the next hour.
Okay, I can definitely do that. Let me get
This is Dolores Gresham. I'm prepared to do a dramatic reading of Title 49.
Excellent.
Great. Any concerns with keeping this priority as is in the report, which let me open it up just to remind you what it looks like. And doing some additional work on the topic of innovation next year.
This is Glenn. I thought the write-up on innovation you put in there is superb. I don't believe our recommendation goes further enough, and we need more work to be done on that. On areas that we're consider innovation, either improving what is or bringing new change that would be useful. So I'm okay.
Okay, so you're good with keeping what's there now and adding to it in year 3?
I would love to have something in it. This is not, we're going to go further with this as the year goes on, but there's more needs to be done. This is a whole part of our efforts here is to modernize, I think was the language they use. Innovate would be the language I would use. Create useful change for the state of Tennessee. That's the way I would word it, yeah.
Right. So no changes on this. I don't think we need a motion, right?
No.
Back to you, Jen, with the last couple of additional items.
All right, we've got a few overarching issues, additional pieces of feedback. Several people had suggestions around the report title, which is currently from recovery to renewal. One suggestion was to replace the word renewal with transformed, and a different suggestion was to replace the word renewal with renaissance. In conversation, I think the theme was that renewal didn't feel ambitious enough or aspirational enough. And so there was a desire to replace that word in particular. And this feedback came from Commissioners Swift and Gresham, if either of them would like to comment.
Glenn, I'd be most happy to comment. When I read that moving from recovery to renewal, it didn't do it for me. But first off, recovery and renewal mean essentially the same, I believe. So I would rather get some language in there around transformed or replace renewal with career ready to transform. Or where are we going here? So, I would just like to change the word renewal to something what we're trying to do here. We're not trying to recreate the past. None of us should be happy, and I know it's been great progress, and I'm the skunk at the picnic on this, but we shouldn't be happy with where we are.
Glenn, I'm surprised you didn't recommend my favorite phrase you've suggested all day.
Yep.
The house is burning.
The house is burning. I heard that many times out there. So, house is burning, and we need to take
I like transform. This is Yolanda. I like transform.
I would be fine with career ready, recovery to career. Somehow get in our charter as around career. I think we need to finish more around careers. And Senator Gresham, I didn't mean to jump in there, but share my views on that.
I like the alliteration of recovery, which sounds like you were sick and you're getting better, but to renaissance, which is just like new life. So I liked recovery to renaissance. It was more aspirational to me than anything.
Hopefully the audience for this is going to be just a slight pushback on that is going to be our students as well. And that they can see, yep, we have the right charter here. So to me, I
will reinforce, Commissioner Swift, that our audience is the General Assembly and the governor first and foremost. So anything that we could do to ensure that it sticks in the minds of those that we will be targeting, that'd be fantastic.
I'm kind of like Dr. Jones. Transformation, recovery to transformation. We're transforming. I'm not opposed to Renaissance. I just says a little more maybe.
In recent political events that we see, and we're watching TV every night to see the news, everybody uses the word transformational, and it gets to be, it kind of loses the power that you want it to have, that you want that word to particularly to have. So I I don't think transformation says it, and it doesn't sound as aspirational. It just said transformation just means change, actually.
I like what Dolores is saying because it's 2 R words, so it's a little bit more catchy.
We want it to be catchy now. Oh dear.
Hearing a couple support for Renaissance.
So I would say this is not a substance change, but I do think it's important for our members to have input into this. Maybe this is something that we could find. Maybe we could find a fun copy editor to help us come up with some alliteration phrase, or do we feel like we need to have this approved now?
We
I guess it's kind of a
probably ought to
Nathan
agree
question.
on the, yeah, we probably ought to agree on the title. I mean, it's one thing to authorize, commas and periods and, copy editing and that kind of stuff. It's something else to, we'll just kind of put off.
So for me, the wording is we're gonna recover to get back to where we were. We're doing that. That's the recovery part. Then where do we want to go? Is it Renaissance? Or is it transformed? We want to go to a new state. We want to move forward and care for our people. So could be as simply as career ready.
Revitalization.
Could be that.
This is Marie Chisholm Burns. I'm good with recovery to Renaissance, recovery to revitalization. We'll figure out that word. What I struggle with every time I read this is just moving from. Okay, just stick with me for a second here. Isn't that implied? If we're a word to another word, we are moving. It just seems like a bigger punch if you say recovery to Renaissance. Or I always struggle with, I like punches. So I like recovery to Renaissance. I mean, I don't know. I just wanted to put that out there. I don't know if we need the moving from.
I would agree with that.
We could give it some thought. We could give it some thought and maybe find a different. I'm not a marketing person, so.
And do we want to have the word Tennessee in there?
You have the seal just above it, so.
Yeah, I think it's implied. I think anytime you can punch something, you punch it.
Do you want to say something about education, or? I mean, I think recovery to Renaissance works for me. I'm just coming up with other things that if someone is walking down the street saying, "Have you seen the recovery to Renaissance report?" Does anyone know what that means?
And we're on a journey. This is a journey we're on. We didn't get here overnight. We're not going to change it overnight. So we're on a journey from recovering to what we had to where we're going, which is a Renaissance.
And we don't have to use the word recovery if we don't want to.
Right.
We could just say, a Tennessee Renaissance, or maybe not Tennessee. I don't know.
I don't guess there's any way we could put this off till the next report.
Well, I mean, technically, we will not be publishing this.
We could
put it off till tomorrow.
Could be recovery to breakthrough. Could be we didn't like transformed. Recovery
So this would be my suggestion. I think otherwise we can sit here and go back and forth for a while. We will not publish this until December, so Bellwether will go through a process of taking all of our input today, and we'll go through a copy editing process. And I do believe that we would have one more time to approve the report No, we will not have it one more time. I guess we could approve the title in December if we wanted to. I know, Nathan, you wanted to approve all of this, but live brainstorming can be arduous if we don't all have a
And
if
and
we have
especially if no one makes a motion.
right.
Could we approve the title now? And then if somebody comes up with a better idea between now and when we publish it,
Yes.
use that? How's that?
Elizabeth
can do
just
that.
suggested this, from recovery to revitalization, transforming education in Tennessee.
If you look at the top of our page there, it says the Tennessee Commission on Education, Recovery, and Innovation. So we've already got that kind of language in there. Repeat recovery now. Just a thought.
What if it was just a revitalization, transforming education in Tennessee?
Yep.
I like that.
I like that too.
Does revitalization mean that we're going to improve what was there before?
It could be a revolution. How about that?
Because I certainly can't agree with where we were. It's not where we want to be.
A reset? Does it have to start with the word R?
I think revitalization captures what we're doing. We're taking something that was functioning but needed to be better. We're not scrapping everything. That would be a revolution. Renaissance, frankly, sounds a little elitist. I think this is right. I like the character of this word.
I like this one too.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna ask for a motion to approve it, and if we decide we want to rethink it in December, we can do that.
Does Commissioner
So
Rothermel
moved.
make
This
one?
is Yolanda.
I'll make a second. Commissioner Rothermel.
Okay, Casey, thank you. Casey, would you mind running the roll call, please?
Are we voting on revitalization or Renaissance?
A revitalization, transforming education in Tennessee. Sorry, I probably should have
Okay.
stated that.
New life.
Commissioner Burns,
Approve.
Commissioner Dixon,
I approve.
Commissioner Gresham,
Approved.
Commissioner Chris Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Yolanda Jones,
Approved.
Commissioner Rothermel,
Approve.
Commissioner Swift,
Approved.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Approve.
Madam Chairman?
Approve.
Madam Chairman, you have 9 ayes.
That's fantastic. Thank you
All right.
all. Jen, you're up.
So we have 2 pieces of feedback on the introductory section. One from Commissioner Swift, sorry, getting a little tongue-tied here, is to add a discussion of social distractions that are contributing to poor academic outcomes in K-12 in the introduction. And the second from Commissioner Gresham to add to the Commission's vision statement, which you all adopted previously, a reference to engaged citizens. I think the second one is a little simpler, probably as a discussion item. Kelly, do you want to just pull up that piece of the report so we can, thank you.
I'm sorry, who's up?
You are, but in just a second, I was gonna.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm trying to find it.
That's okay. So the Commissioner Gresham, this was your suggestion to add engaged citizens to the vision statement that the commission previously adopted.
Right. At our very first meetings, at least the first one I went to, the chair talked about an engaged citizen, where our education system, the mission statement and the vision statement is all good, but beyond career is in what I like to call enlightened and engaged citizenship. So we had talked about that at the very beginning, and so I I was remembering that and taking it to heart. So I think the engaged citizen is exactly what we're looking for, someone who will understand the world around them and engage.
All right, so now you're seeing suggested language on the screen, which would change the vision statement to read, every Tennessean will have high quality education necessary for life, career, and engaged citizenship.
Right, yes.
I'm glad
Comments?
you that, Senator Gresham. I totally agree with that. It's certainly career is important, but so is citizenship, and I'm glad you remembered that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
I was just thanking you for remembering that. I remember that as well now that you bring it up, and I thought it also was important. Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree. I think that's an important component of our lives. So should be there.
Well, so Jen, is there anything else in this section before we take a motion to approve the addition to our vision?
It's only if we're going to, oh, there are a few more things. So let's.
Okay.
Commissioner Swift, do you want to talk about your intent here on including additional language around social distractions?
I think it's a calling out of where we are, and where we are is students are distracted from studies. How do we get their mind share back on their studies and their careers and being interesting, get education interested again, interesting. So it's more of a calling out. I don't know that anything needs to be done other if we want to put something in a report about social distractions, but there are plenty that's going on today in Tennessee and probably other states as well. And I must confess, I have hesitation about changing what we just changed on engaged citizens. I'm not sure what that means in the process of it. Kind of calls out differences of citizens. How do we become engaged citizens to a student? But anyway,
Well, so let me so Glenn, I apologize to the entire commission. I didn't ask if there was any further discussion. But I think it was important for everyone to hear the differing perspectives. So if there's anyone else, and including Glenn, if you want to expand a little bit further on the vision statement, I think that's something that we all agreed to minus the engaged citizenship. And so we need to make sure that we are all aligned to the same vision. So I would welcome any additional thoughts and comments on that.
just count me as abstain. I would not vote for that.
Glenn, in fact, you're showing engaged citizenship by being part of this commission. And so that's what, when I hear the phrase engaged citizenship, you're not being paid to be here. I'm not, but yet we're devoting time. I'm taking a vacation day to do this. So having our students come out and be willing to participate in their community and in the government, Senator Gresham did that by being a senator. So it's very important that we have people that are invested in their communities. So that's why I think it's an important statement.
Which to me is life.
Would that be? Yeah, Glenn and I were about to say the same thing.
Go ahead.
Well, I would say that's I feel like that's also could be defined in the word life. You're making a choice to be choose to be on this commission or to do anything else to go vote or whatever the case might be. So is it necessary to have the engaged citizenship?
Because to me, the logic people are going to say, what do you want me to vote about? What's your opinion? Things like that. I don't know that, I'm on this commission here because I care about students, and I'll bring, as y'all find, I'll bring my best perspectives on these things. But in terms of that's just a part of life.
If we're going to do, I just was going to make one last point and shut up about it. But if we just say Tennesseans will have high quality education necessary for life and career, we're then putting life and career on equal footing. And I guess what I would say is if we're going to do that, I would add in citizenship Otherwise, I would just say necessary for life and take out
Life.
career.
Yeah. That's a
This is
logical
Todd. I
answer.
was about to say the exact same thing. I think if we're gonna like life encapsulates everything, and then we're gonna talk about
Yeah.
career, which is super important. I think it would then be important to also mention citizenship, because those are the two. I think if you talk to most people, those are the two things that public education system is mostly charged with: preparing kids to be good citizens and ready for a career.
So we've now taken out life, and we're just high quality education necessary for career and engaged citizenship.
Necessary,
They were
take out
missing
career,
something
it's
there.
necessary for life.
Yeah, this is Marie Chisholm Burns. Why not go the opposite way? Glenn and I are in alignment right now. For life includes lots of stuff. So I could, that mental hygiene that we talked about, it includes lots of stuff.
Mine was just life.
Yes, and we certainly don't want to have weasel wording.
We certainly don't want to have weasel wording.
Marie, that's where I thought we were going to. I thought we were going to necessary for life, period.
Period.
I still recall.
And that's all encompassing. My problem is when we get to start listing stuff, then people read into it. Okay, what's so important about that is listed out. Whereas other things aren't listed out. So if you give something that's kind of universal and global, it's broad.
Yeah.
Our vision was the first thing we worked on many months ago. We've come together, we've worked together, and I think this really makes sense. It's necessary for life.
I agree.
I can live with that.
Good work.
Is anyone else have a differing opinion at this point and would like to talk about it? Very well. We will add this to the list of things that we approve when we approve this section. So the other, I don't even remember, what was the other one that we wanted to talk about? Okay.
The other one was whether we would add language to the introduction around social distractions. Commissioner Swift, it sounded like you were not necessarily calling for additional
I
language.
wasn't calling for any action other than we would put in. I think it's important that we provide back what we've learned, and I guess we did that in report 1. So, the students are distracted, and we need to be sensitive to their mind share, and try to the degree we can, reduce the number of social distractions. That's all I was trying to call out.
Glenn, I propose that before my children turn, teenage years, if you could figure out a way to get rid of all social media and mobile phones and iPads and things, I'd really welcome that because I'm not looking forward to it.
As a parent of teenagers, I would welcome that too. I have 2 cell phones sitting on my desk here that belong to teenagers that are now mine. So
I think the students would say that's necessary.
What we say,
they would.
Yes.
what we say and how we say it and things like that. People need to be aware of that. It does impact our students and their learning.
Absolutely, it does.
That's what
Ryan, I'm just curious, do you mean just social media? Like, is that what you mean by social distractions? I wasn't quite clear.
I didn't mean to refer to social media at all. It's the whole social agenda of race, religion, all the different things that go on around social discussions. Health care, vaccine, just be mindful that students are listening. They're trying to listen to these perspectives.
And they do.
They do. And so we ought to be mindful and call that out, that people need to be aware of that. And our youngsters are being impacted by our actions and our words.
Jen, you want to talk about the additional feedback items?
Yes. So there are 2 additional feedback items for the introduction. One from Commissioner Swift to add a list of metrics that the state should be measuring to determine the success of the recommendations the commission is making. One recommendation that we have discussed among our team is potentially adding 1 to 2 sentences to the intro content recommending that the legislature develop a process for evaluating the success of each of the recommendations it implements. And there's just some suggested language there as a starting point. So we're not, if you agree, we should add language so we're not completely creating it out of whole cloth. So the approach would be to not provide specific metrics at this point, but to provide some direction that the impact of the recommendation should be evaluated and tracked.
Jim, may I suggest one thing you could do is suggest that language be included in each of the legislative proposals to, if you put those actual metrics in every bill, then the cost of the legislation goes up, and then things that wouldn't cost will cost, and therefore will go to Finance, Ways and Means Committee and potentially die because of a fiscal note. In the end, what's really needed is an audit for efficacy after the 5th year of implementation. In other words, so if you have the comptroller's OREA or something that the various departments go through is an audit process, but if you suggest this to be done, say, by non-governmental third parties or something like that, you might be able to avoid a fiscal note. It's just, if you actually put that language into the bill, then that means the state has to pay for the cost of that audit at some point in time, and therefore goes to the Finance Committee where it wouldn't have had to.
So what would the actual language in the report be?
You can say any program created pursuant to this, to the suggestions in this report, should be evaluated for effectiveness after the 5th year. But we'll just have to make sure that that doesn't actually find its way into the acts that enact them, so it doesn't kill the bills on the front end.
Commissioner Swift, that's not, a list of specific metrics, but it does get at tracking implementation and success. Does that address the spirit of your comment?
Kinda. And I realize I'm probably pulling many of you way over one side where you don't want to be, but I think we're supposed to be bold. I don't see anything wrong with, my experience says in life is when we make major changes, we always have metrics around, we measure, we inspect what we expect. And so I don't see anything wrong with having specific metrics around jobs and how many jobs do your students go, coming out of this? How many are we staffing key, so I don't have a problem with that, but I'll go along with the will of the group here. That's fine. I defer to Nathan. He's got the expertise on this. I certainly don't want to run the costs up just because we're going to inspect what we expect.
Other comments, questions?
Commissioner Swift, I can understand where you're coming from, because I feel the same way, and the fact that I would love for us to be able to have a measurable outcomes-based goal with how many different ideas and suggestions and evaluations that we have in here. Unless we go high level, something along the lines of, the fastest improving state in the country, which we've already gone down that pathway in the past administrations. I think it's hard for us to have an actual specific number. This, encouraging the General Assembly to ensure that, there's some sort of evaluation on a regular basis. I think there could be value on that. But the question is, what are we asking them to evaluate? Are they going to say, what are all the K-12 metrics look like, and what are all the post-secondary metrics look like, and what do all the job numbers look like?
We're coming
Are
up
looking at just the drive to 55 number, or
we're coming up with recommendations to spend the state's money. I think it's fair for them to say to us, tell me how I measure that. What's the effect on it? Maybe we don't do it, but we need to have measures of effectiveness, I would think. Are we happy with 50% of our students going on to college, for example? That's what it is. Are we happy with that? Is that a reasonable number? If I were, Senator Gresham back, I would ask those kind of questions. So anyway, I'm fine.
You're looking for an effectiveness evaluation or
Yeah. Oh,
a
yeah,
policy audit is what the comptroller's office calls
absolutely. We're putting policy, we're making policy recommendations. And this is my 35 years of big corporate. You know, I'm sorry I was trained that way, but I'm going to inspect what I expect.
Other comments, questions here? All right, the last recommendation on, or last piece of feedback on the introduction comes from Commissioner Dixon, which is a suggestion to add a list of questions or criteria to support the legislature in implementing the commission's priorities. One thought that we had, you may recall that we agreed on a set of our framework for how you all would think about whether a particular recommendation should be included, refined, or eliminated. We could provide this as context for how you all thought about the recommendations versus providing a list of criteria for the legislature to use. That was one idea that we had, but Commissioner Dixon would ask if you'd like to provide some additional context.
You know, I was still thinking about Commissioner Swift's idea, which I actually really like as a potential alternative to this, or maybe so I'm thinking out loud, but as a combo, I really like the idea of like a clear aspirational goal, something like drive to 55 or something that's like very clear, a couple metrics that, and the reason it's similar to this idea, because the point of what I was hoping for is like, I think there's like a lot of choices that people can make out of this list. And our question is, do we want to kind of influence which ones get, you know, the highest chance of being implemented or not? And one way to do that would be to have a set of questions like we do this at Ballard, and we have 10 things that we could do. We ask ourselves a set of questions to try to figure out what's the best thing to do. And an example question could be like, does this help economically disadvantaged students, you know, or something like that? So you're really trying to focus it, or is this going to directly tie to improvement in math and literacy or something, which we, you know, said we talked about. But the other option could be like a really clear aspirational goal, you know, like drive to 55, or it could just be some like aspirational moonshot goal that then they could say, okay, if that's the goal, which one of these things would best help us get there? So I would be open to either of those. I just think from my seat, it would be, I think we could be more influential if we had something like that that helped influence which thing they picked off of our long list.
Other thoughts, ideas?
If we wanted to pick something, we could pick the third grade reading and come up with a percentage that they have to achieve.
You could do the same thing about math too,
That's right.
and potentially ready graduate if that. Dr. Commissioner Jones, Yolanda Jones, when you think about ready graduate as a measure of success or what you're looking for from student preparation, what measure, how do you measure it? You still with us?
I'm still here. I was just thinking about, you're saying when I look at it, ready, say that one more time.
Just like the, well, so the Commissioner Rothermel was bringing up the, you know, measure of third grade reading or math, and then a ready graduate is another K-12 read number. Is there something else that we could look to, that you look to from a post-secondary preparation? I mean, because ready graduate is just, you know, it's 4 years of summer and a 21 on an ACT. I think there's a couple of other pieces in that, but.
I am thinking, but I'm not sure what I would look for specifically outside of that.
Yeah. Or job placement might be another one.
I mean, generally, when students leave us, we look at completion, placement, and what we call licensure for, for workforce development. So we look at those as a whole. We look at those for all of the students, but that is not the same metrics that everyone else uses.
Well, so we do have another report. Is this something that we want to position more directly in our second report and just share, so we provided in report 1, 2, and then here's the third one, and this is what, we believe that where Tennessee should be from a measurable standpoint? And for the time being, have something along the lines that we have listed here be put into the intro or the conclusion or both.
Chairman Scarlett, man, I really almost hate to go down this road because I don't want to go down the road, but I just want to make a statement. We're talking a lot about either going to college or going into TCAP. There's nothing wrong with people graduating high school as a graduate and going to work.
Yeah.
We have created a system that we're in right now where we're getting out of it, where everybody had the opinion that you had to go to college to be successful. But so I just want to be sure that we don't lose sight that it's okay for kids to get out of high school and they're going to get good jobs. I promise you there are jobs out there right now that pay well. But there's a go to work component in this too. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, that's why I think adding in job placement, I think, is really important, regardless of what stage you're entering into a job. I will tell you, based on the information I'm aware of in Tennessee, that if you just graduate without any sort of post-secondary credential, you're going to make about $11,000 a year. So I think there's a piece to that even in high school, you can get a post-secondary credential. There's plenty of ways to be able to have access to those higher paying jobs. We're not talking about just $15 an hour, $12 an hour jobs.
And I would add skill attainment is very key, especially when he's referencing graduating from high school. Of course, by itself may not be enough, but if you obtain a skill or certification, as he mentioned, your options are generally higher in making a livable wage.
So any thoughts about, for this intro, adding in this statement here, and then in our third report, going a little bit deeper about what our expectations as a commission are tied to the recommendations we've had? Any thoughts on that? Kind of postponing some of this measurable conversation until our third report, we've had more time to digest and think about what's next.
This is Marie Chisholm Burns. I sort of like that idea because I think we need to think about it. And there's certainly some competencies that you could measure for probably what maybe Joey's trying to get at it in Yolanda. There's all sorts of things, graduation rates. I mean, but I think we just need more time to think about it. And I think that's a natural conclusion. This is a good pause at the end of a report. But I think we do need metrics. And I said that early on when I was saying we need a roadmap and stuff like that. And I know we didn't want to get into it when we were going back and forth with the document. But I think this is a good way to close out this chapter and pick up another chapter.
This is Dolores Gresham, and I realize we're approaching the midnight hour, as it were, and my brain is about fried. But I wanted to go back to what Glenn had talked about earlier about what is going on in the rest of the world and how that impacts on students. And what's going on in the rest of the world, we see every day. And sometimes it is really, really bizarre. You know, things like the National School Boards Association wanting to call parents domestic terrorists, and all these other things that are going on with critical race theory and the plethora of issues that are out there that impact all of us and not just students. So this commission obviously does not work and does not study in a vacuum. We see these events swirling around us and swirling around the work that we're trying to do. I'm not sure that the introduction might be a place for this, but I think that we should make some kind of a statement, even if it's not ours, or some kind of a statement that we are well aware, this commission is well aware of these events in the rest of the country, and and Tennessee is not in a vacuum. We're not in a bubble. We see these things happen, and we see these things happening in our own state. And so we want to assure the legislature and the governor that we are well aware of these things, notwithstanding the fact that we will stay focused on our work. And Madam Chair, I don't know, maybe that should be your personal introduction to the report, or in a cover letter on the report, or perhaps some kind of paragraph or two that each of us could come up with that would recommend to you what comments we might make, because I think Glenn's note that students are being impacted by that, but so are all of our parents and adults, and certainly our legislators. So we can't go and do our work and pretend that these things are not happening. So I just want to make a comment on what's happening outside.
I think that's sage advice and suggestion, Senator Gresham. I appreciate that. I think that there's a lot of ways to attack this, but it's an important piece. We are all rather distracted by local, state, and national news these days. So I'm going to move us forward with getting an approval on this executive summary. I will tell you that I believe the executive summary is too long, but that's one of the reasons we will be creating the ease of use document. Basically, you'll just read the executive summary, some other pages. So I'm going to ask us to look at 2 pages here, this one, and then also our mission statement. So I am looking for a motion to approve what is on the screen now and right now, where it's highlighted.
This is Dolores Gresham, so moved.
Marie Chisholm seconds.
Can you scroll back down to the other one for me, please, just to make sure everyone sees the other one? The line, there we go. With that, Casey, can I get you to do roll call, please?
Commissioner Chisholm Burns,
Approve.
Commissioner Dixon,
I approve.
Commissioner Gresham,
Approved.
Commissioner Chris Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Yolanda Jones,
Approved.
Commissioner Rothermel,
Approve.
Commissioner Swift,
Approve.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Approve.
Madam Chairman?
Approve.
Madam Chairman, you have 9 ayes.
Thank you all. Jen, do you want to walk through the appendix or
Not
how do you
yet.
want to do the appendix or the addendum? Okay.
Kelly, I'll tee you up. If there are pieces of the appendix that we need to go through, let me know.
So I think we can carry all of the additions, deletions straight over.
That's what I thought. Okay. So just quickly before we tackle the appendix really quickly, I just wanted to voice over a few non-substantive changes that we made in response to feedback that we got from TDOE and THEC. We made some minor wordsmithing changes throughout to conform with how the departments talk about data and programs. There's a couple of examples there. We changed clinical experience to clinical practice, for example. And then we included some additional references in the explanation content, not changes to the recommendation language, to policies and programs and initiatives that were already underway in the state. They're listed there. And then pulled some content from the year 1 addendum into the introduction or the executive summary around how the state is already addressing pandemic related changes. Any questions or concerns about these changes? Okay. In the appendix, nothing has changed from the version you reviewed. Is that correct?
Right. So what we will do is go through and mirror all of the changes here. So where we've deleted recommendations, for example, or here where we've added this sub-priority around funding, which feels like we did that 3 days ago, it was just this morning. We will add that here at the top where we have the large table of recommendations, and we will go through and add it here in the appendix. So everything will match. We won't make any additional changes, though. We'll just carry over what's been voted on into this appendix document.
So those would all be conforming changes, and then we will create the ease of use document, which pulls directly from the report with no changes, except for copy editing changes, to create the shortest version of the content. So that would cover the report, the appendix, and the ease of use document. Any questions, concerns about any of that? I want to make sure Nathan is good with where we are. He's our parliamentarian.
I see where we
Yeah,
are.
and Nathan,
We'll have to incorporate that into a motion when the time comes then.
Okay, can we do one big motion after we talk about the addendum?
no, let's just do, can we
Okay.
just do this and then do the
Yes.
addendum?
Yeah.
Because all the changes recommended are here. Nathan, am I allowed to do the appendix and the ease of use documents with the report, or does each one need to get a separate approval?
So the appendix to report number 1 is what you're asking.
Yes.
No, the appendix to report, to the year 2 report.
Sorry, appendix, yes, appendix report number 2.
The research.
It's the research base. We didn't make any changes to that today.
Yes, and that's the massive document, but what you're asking for is authorization to publish it while incorporating the language changes to mirror what we've done today on the executive summary, which is not the ease of use document, correct?
On the
The
year
ease of
2
use document is going to be pulled out of the report.
Right,
Correct.
using the same language, but what
Yes.
you're, so the motion would be to approve the appendix to the year 2 report with language conforming to the changes made today. to the
Correct.
Executive summary.
Yep.
Yeah, so if somebody says so moved after that, then you can take a vote on that.
Commissioner Rothermel, so moved.
Thank God.
Dolores Gresham, second.
Casey, would you mind doing roll call on that motion?
Commissioner Chisholm Burns,
Approve.
Commissioner Dixon,
Approve.
Commissioner Gresham,
Approve.
Commissioner Chris Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Yolanda Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Rothermel,
Approve.
Commissioner Swift,
Approve.
Mr. Vaughn,
Approve.
Madam Chairman.
Approve.
Madam Chairman, you have 9 ayes.
Excellent. We are ready to roll with report number 2.
Do we need to approve the ease of use document?
Yeah, so what you do here is move to approve the executive summary, which is what we worked on today, right?
We worked on the year 2 report, yes, which
Entire
has an executive summary, but yes, year 2 report.
But in other words, we need to authorize you to make changes throughout to mirror the changes that were made already, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, because some of those things appear lower in the report, so it's sort of has to.
Well, the
all of-
ease of use document is really only going to be the executive summary, pages 9 through 13, and the conclusion.
But in terms of what we just did today, that's the whole report, but you're going to go through and make sure that language throughout mirrors the changes that were authorized by explicit votes of the commission earlier today, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So be a motion to approve the year 2 report with authority for the staff to make changes throughout to mirror the changes agreed to by the commission, and further to create an ease of use document which the language of which would mirror the report itself. There you go. And now someone could say,
So moved. This is Yolanda.
Second, Maurice is right.
Casey, would you mind taking a roll, please?
Commissioner Chisholm Burns,
Approve.
Commissioner Dixon,
I approve.
Commissioner Gresham,
Approve.
Commissioner Chris Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Yolanda Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Rothermel,
Approve.
Commissioner Swift,
Approve.
Commissioner Vaughn,
Approve.
Madam Chairman?
Approve.
Madam Chairman, you have 9 ayes.
Excellent. We have
All right.
officially approved our report 2.
Yay.
Jen moves on to quickly report or finalizing this. What's the last one? We have the addendum.
The addendum, which we have not had one-on-one conversations with you. This addendum is the data update to the year 1 report. So when you all filed your year 1 report, there was not nearly as much data as are available now. So we collected and analyzed publicly available data from TDOE and THAC to supplement that report. And you received that draft on Monday. Happy to have questions, but I don't have a specific sort of set of pieces of feedback to offer.
So I guess if the commission received this on Monday, my first question would be, has everyone had a chance to review it? And if the answer is no, I just need to understand if anyone needs more time. And if you do, then this will get pushed until our December meeting. If you've all reviewed it and are prepared to have a discussion about it, that's where we need to hear from you. We have heard from the Department of Education and THEC. They provided us a lot of information. I think we're just waiting on one piece of data, and that's the ACT average. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep, and that should be coming by end of day.
This is Marie Chisholm Burns. I just want to clarify. I did read it. I didn't know what it kind of attached to. This is going back to the report actually that we did during Christmas, right?
That's correct.
And yeah, that one. And supplementing it with facts.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. That's what I kind of figured. Looks okay with me, except for I think you said the missing data points, but that's okay.
So you
So
could
Nathan,
do
since we don't have this on the screen, is this how do you handle this approval?
Well, it's a document that all the members have seen. And you've given opportunity to have discussion, and it appears to have come to an end. So the appropriate motion would be to approve the year one report addendum and to authorize staff to add the data points that they're waiting on for publication.
So moved by Commissioner Rothermel.
Second, Marie Chisholm Burns.
Casey, would you mind running the roll call, please?
My computer was acting stupid.
Write that down. That's a good one, Tara.
Yes, that's it. Well, I got it.
Commissioner Chisholm Burns,
Approve.
Commissioner Dixon,
I approve.
Commissioner Gresham,
Approved.
Commissioner Chris Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Yolanda Jones,
Approve.
Commissioner Rothermel,
Approve.
Commissioner Swift,
Approve.
Commissioner Vaughn.
Approve.
Madam Chairman?
Approve.
Madam Chairman, you have 9 ayes.
Wow, y'all, I have to tell you, I'm really, really, really impressed. It is 3 o'clock on the dot. We have approved report 2 appendix, the ease of use document to report 2, and the year 1 report addendum. All of that equaling probably 150 pages or so. So congratulations on doing such an amazing job today. It's been a really strong discussion. We did not hear from Lou in regards to the request that Senator Lundberg had provided to us back in June. And so we will make, maybe we can receive that in written form, or we can add it to the agenda at our next commission meeting. If there's anything else, any other things to cover, Jen and Kelly and Nathan, before we sign off?
I don't think so. We will make the conforming changes, get the thing copy edited.
And send a recap to you
And
all.
send a recap of today's meeting to you all. And we will figure out what we're doing in December and beyond. So excited to be at past this milestone with you all. Thank you very, very much for all of your hard work and engagement. It's been a slog for many of you. I know we've given you a lot and just really appreciate it, and all your good cheer in our conversations too.
And I have to tell you, and I will, I can speak for myself, and I'm sure many of the commissioners agree, the work that you all have put into this, Jen and Kelly and Brian and team, is absolutely fantastic. The amount of research and writing these giant reports on our behalf has been just fantastic. And I cannot tell you how grateful I am for your effort, and your team is able to go off and find this information for us. And Lynn, I forgot to mention you in my message too. So I just thank you. I'm extraordinarily grateful for your work. So I appreciate it. And I have to say the same for Lou and Nathan. And so, I talk with Lou, Nathan, and Jen and Kelly and Lynn every week. But I always know that Lou and Nathan are there for all of us at any time in this conversation. And again, cannot tell you how grateful I am for the support, both from Nathan and the state board and from Lou and from THEC. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And to all of your commissioners, I hope you have a fantastic weekend, Thanksgiving, and everything else. I'm sure I'll be talking with you very soon.
Same to
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Madam Chair.